It is a gorgeous spring afternoon for baseball. Game 2 between the Twins and the Brewers. Last night, the Twins ended a short losing streak. Today, they hope to build a short winning streak. And welcome to Target Field. Dick Bramer along with Bert Blyleven. It was last year the Twins won a division championship, thanks in part to a couple of rookie pitchers making their major league debuts. Jeff Manship, Brian Dunsing both did very well. So far in 2010, some position players have had some immediate impact.
Well, you know what you need, guys in AAA to come up and make an impact, and exactly what's happened so far. Remember Luke Hughes in Detroit, first at bat, a home run to right field, and then Wilson Ramos in Cleveland, 4 for 4 in that ball game, and then in last night's ball game, it was Plouffe that ended up getting his first hit and his first run driven in.
And so the Twins hope to back up an impressive game last night with another one this afternoon. And when we come back, we'll honor the first Twin All-Star catcher, Earl Batty. Ford dealer. Visit your local Northland Ford dealer or go to northlandford.com. By Menards. Save big money on all your home improvement needs at Menards. By GMC. We are professional grade. And by Bud Light, the sure sign of a good time. Here we go.
There's the statue of Harmon Killebrew, one of the 50 greatest Twins. And from now until Labor Day, we will highlight each of the 50 greatest Twins on a different Twins telecast. I'm Robbie Mikowski. We welcome you to Twins Baseball on Fox Sports North. And these essays are written by famous Minnesotans, members of the media. They're voiced by former players, former coaches, and former Twins greats. It's a great way to honor the Twins' history in 50 years here in the state of Minnesota. And today, we honor one of the 50 greatest Twins, Earl Batty.
Sturdy and steady behind the plate, Earl Batty was one of the top catchers in baseball in the early years of the Twins. For 3 straight years, Batty was awarded a Gold Glove. With his quick release and powerful right arm, Batty let opposing base runners know they had to stay alert. In one season, 1962, he picked a total of 13 runners off third or first base. More than his skill in the field, Batty the batter was outstanding too. He hit 26 homers and drove in more than 80 runs in 1963. a year in which he was the starting catcher for the American League for the third straight All-Star game. He started one more Midsummer Classic in the magical season of 1965 when the Twins won the pennant and went to the World Series. Though remembered as slow-footed, Batty was an outstanding athlete who once turned down an offer to play basketball for the Harlem Globetrotters. Considered the best Twins catcher for more than 40 years until Joe Mauer came along, the Earl of Minnesota baseball remains a favorite of early Twins fans. Stu Thornley, Minnesota baseball historian.
Great job written there by Stu Thornley, a great Minnesota historian, and the voice was Charlie Boone, the legendary voice of WCCO Radio. We've got first pitch coming your way in just a couple moments. It's Kevin Slowey, it's Giovanni Gallardo. It's the border battle. Twins and Brewers, Dick and Bert with first pitch next.
To right field.
This fielder hammers one.
It's a border battle that's been tilted heavily in Minnesota's favor. Justin Morneau, 3 hits, 3 runs batted in last night in a Twins romp in the opening game of the season series. And Ricky Weeks back in the lineup for the Brewers, got last night off, his first game off this year. And here's the Menards batting order for Ken Maka. Ricky Weeks leading off. Former Twin Carlos Gomez batting second. Then Ryan Braun struggling against Kevin Slowey. Then Prince Fielder, Casey McGee, Corey Hart, Joe Inglet, Alcides Escobar, and George Kataris.
And the Chiefs got a report on Kevin Slowey making his 9th start of the year. He needs to work deeper into the ball game. Again, Kevin Slowey only one time in 8 starts has been able to pitch at least 6 innings. And that was in his 3rd start, 8 very good innings against the Cleveland Indians. But he has been very successful against the Brewers. In 4 starts, he's 3-0 with a 2.43 earned run average. He picked up his first major league shutout against the Brewers back in 2008.
And beyond that, this is the time of the year when Kevin usually gets it going. He's got a very good interleague record. We're into the first phase of interleague play. So we'll see what happens here today with Ricky Weeks in the box. And there is strike one.
And that's the pitch right there that Kevin Slowey needs to control a little bit better. That fastball down and away.
Weeks, Gomez, and Braun to get things started. Breaking ball hammered to third. Punto gobbles it up. Sidearms it over to Morneau. One away. And that'll bring up Carlos Gomez, who got the Brewers on the board in his final at bat last night, but ruffled a few feathers along the way.
Yeah, this off of Nick Blackburn. It's not where the ball went. It's where the bat went right there, ricocheting off Joe Mauer. I know Nick Blackburn said some things, and then Joe Mauer right there saying something to Gomez. Watch the bat toss. But I think the Twins on the field and in the dugout and in the clubhouse, they know the way that Carlos Gomez plays and his attitude and his, overall enthusiasm at times.
Foul back, and as he got into the batter's box here, he and Joe Mauer chatted a little bit. Everybody knows about Gomez. When he was with the Twins, he ruffled the feathers of Cliff Lee, Justin Verlander, and some other pitchers, and so no one should have been surprised that he did what he did last night. There's a strike on the outside corner, 1-2.
Well, when you hit a home run like that, what you'd like to do is just toss the bat down the first base line. He kind of did the quick and then just kind of let the bat go behind him. And that's what kind of upset Joe Mauer.
Lifted down the right field line back into the seats.
And Gomez, of course, not a home run hitter, so I think the emotions took over for Gomez, and I think he just overreacted.
Did hit a home run in his Brewer debut. In fact, he got 4 hits. Got off to a good start with his new team.
Yeah, he's got 15 home runs in his career, covering about 1,100 at-bats. So not considered a home run hitter.
Never with the Twins, and apparently not with the Brewers either, developed a different 2-strike swing. He swings from his heels regardless of the count. There's a check swing. 2-2.
Well, Slowey will rely on a fastball. He has some movement on a 2-seam fastball, then the 4-seamer down and away to right-handers. He'll mix in a slurve-type breaking ball and then a changeup. Slowey in his 4th season with the Twins, looking for win number 6 here this afternoon.
Rip to Punto. Solid line drive for out number 2. Northland Ford defense for the Twins. Delvin Young in left field, Denard Span in center, Michael Kadire in right. If you kept score last night, you can just copy all the names, put them in the same spots. That's what the Twins are coming back with here today, except for Slowey, of course, on the mound.
Well, 17 hits, 15 runs. Why not try it again?
Well, 2 gone, and here's Ryan Braun. Braun in the game last night got a couple of hits, including a 2-out double in the first inning, but he was left there. And the Twins had their big bottom of the first inning and coasted the rest of the way.
Yeah, Braun in his 4th season with the Brewers has struggled against Kevin Slowey. He and Fielder. We kind of showed you that. Braun just 2 hits in 13 at-bats, a 154 batting average against Slowey.
Check swing and a called strike, 1-1.
And a good fastball again, outer half, down and away. This is Slowey's when he's at his best right here. He's like a painter out there. Good pitch, down and away. Hardest ball to hit in baseball. Good fastball, down and away. Like that.
1-2.
There's his numbers right there, making his 12th interleague start. 7 wins, 2 losses. Outstanding earned run average.
Swing and a foul.
Slowey making his 63rd major league start. He has 31 major league wins, only 18 losses. Career ERA coming into this ball game at 4.43. Again, 3-0 against the Brewers.
And the count to you. Brewers trying to find some magic to turn the season around. Had a 9-game losing streak. Braun and Fielder went to Ken Mock and said, look, why don't the 3 and 4 hitters flip-flop? And they tried a game where Fielder hit third, Braun hit fourth, but the foul into the seats. Although the Brewers won the game, the 2 players went 1 for 8, so they're back in their normal positions now. Braun hitting third and Fielder hitting fourth.
Well, it's a good hitting ball club in the National League. Their 3rd highest batting average in the National League. It's .268. 2nd in home runs behind the Diamondbacks. They have 51. The Diamondbacks have 56. 3rd most runs scored. So it's not the offense, it's the pitching that has really hurt the Brewers.
And now 3 and 2 to Braun with Fielder on deck.
Their starting sort of their staff in general, 5.48 combined earned run average.
And that number went up a little bit yesterday, didn't it?
14th in the National League, and there's 16 teams in the National League.
Full count to Braun. And a pop-up. Bauer staring back into the sun, but it's out of play. What a wonderful sentence to say about a Minnesota catcher. Turning around and looking up into the sun.
Well, you see where the shadows are right there of Joe Mauer and Kevin Slowey, the pitcher, and all the infielders kind of right behind them. So that sun directly over our heads behind here, behind home plate.
Another 3-2. And a high fastball gets a foul tip. Mauer hangs on, and it's a 1-2-3. Top of the first inning. The Menards batting order for the Minnesota Twins. Menard Span, a good night at the plate. Just about everybody in the lineup had a good night except Joe Mauer. Orlando Hudson hitting second. Mauer, Morneau, Kudir, Jason Kubel. Great career numbers against the Brewers. 6 home runs against Milwaukee. Then Young, Plouffe, and Punto. Facing Giovanni Gallardo for the very first time, and he misses with the first pitch, ball 1.
Let's take a look at the Dodge Ram scouting report on Gallardo. Gallardo making his 10th start. He's probably the Brewers' best pitcher. No history between Gallardo and the Twins other than Orlando Hudson. He's on deck. And this guy's a strikeout pitcher, 4th in the National League in strikeouts.
With the strikeouts come a lot of walks. In his last start, he issued 6 walks. 2-0 to Span. And up high, 3-0.
And a very high pitch count. That's what the Twins hope to make him throw here early in the ballgame. A lot of pitches.
Span will be taking here on 3-0. And he takes a strike.
Gallardo coming into the ballgame, 29 walks in 53 innings pitched, but 61 strikeouts.
Three and two. We haven't seen Span do as much walking lately. Teams are pitching him much more aggressively. Span still with 24 walks against 19 strikeouts, but he was walking average about once a game, it seemed like, in the opening weeks of the season. Little pop-up, short left center. And Gomez makes the catch, one away. Northland Ford defense for the Brewers. England getting left field. Braun's the designated hitter. Gomez and Hart in the outfield. McGee at third. Escobar, their new shortstop. Ricky Weeks at second. Fielder at first. And George Gutierrez doing most of the catching for the Milwaukee Brewers. Weeks got the night off last night. Back in the lineup today. One gone, and here's Orlando Hudson.
That's one thing that we will see throughout the summer, the wind here.
Suddenly picking up, isn't it? And as the players found out quickly, deceiving, because you look at the flagpoles in right and they're hardly moving. But you can see the umpire clothing, the player uniforms are all really riffling in the breeze down on the field. So it's a little bit different down on the field than it is where you would typically look for the strength of the wind up high around the flagpole.
I always look at the highest point, and that's over by the home run porch in the left field. Ground ball right here to fielder, foul ball at the plate, a dead ball. Those flags showing that the wind's kind of blowing in a little bit. So it's creating that little swirl where the flag's in right field. The U.S. flag is just kind of limp right now.
Hudson will get some pine tar on the bat, trying to flex that right ankle.
Gallardo with a good fastball in the low 90s. Very good slider. That's his strikeout pitch, and a changeup in his fourth season with the Brewers.
2-2.
Brewers signing him to a long-term contract in April. Young man, a 13-game winner last year. The Brewers pitcher of the year last year.
And he's been their best pitcher this year in his last 7 starts. Just a 4-0 mark with a 1.76 earned run average. Two and two to Hudson. Reached his first 5 times in the game last night, and now another full count.
Yeah, that's that slider right there, down and in. Young man, only 24 years old, born in Mexico, but grew up in the Fort Worth area in Texas. Rick Peterson, the pitching coach, talking to Willie Randolph.
Full count to Hudson. And that one right over the bag, knocked down by Fielder, and that's all he can do. That ball, if it didn't hit the bag, came close to hitting it. It went right over the base, and Hudson has an infield hit.
Fielder pretty sure hands at first base. Watch this ball kind of just go over the bag, and Fielder, that ball ends up hitting the heel of his glove. And then just dropping right there, and he kind of fell on it. And Hudson will get an infield base hit.
Twins had a lot of fun at the plate last night. Joe Mauer did not. He walked and scored a couple of times, hit into 2 double plays, and popped up to center field. And he takes strike 1. Last night was a night where the Twins didn't need Mauer to pick up any hits.
Yeah, Joe still 4th in the American League in hitting, hitting .336. Justin Morneau leading, hitting .370 on deck.
That's to left center field, and Gomez will play it on a hop. So Mauer gets a hit right away here this afternoon, and the Twins have another first inning threat.
You know, that area right there, you can almost see Joe Mauer, that ball kind of die right there in front of Gomez. The ball that Span hit, Gomez had to come in pretty far to get it, and that ball lands in front of Gomez. He barehands it and gets it back in. Hudson has to kind of wait around to make sure that ball drops in. He moves to second base.
Well, here's the league's leading hitter, Justin Morneau. Morneau at 370, a 25-point lead over Ichiro in second place in the batting race. Curve lifted foul and out of play.
Well, Justin, not only the high average, you can see the on-base percentage where he ranks, the slugging percentage.
Lincoln Mercury key stat. Morneau 4th in the league in home runs, 5th in the league in runs batted in, so he's very high in all the Triple Crown categories. Up and in, 1-1. Twins have never really had, this is from memory, but the Twins have never really had a Triple Crown threat. They've had home run hitters, home run champions in Killebrew. Lace to center field. Hudson around third. He's coming in. Gomez with the throw. Not in time, and the Twins take a 1-0 lead. Three straight singles. And the first run of the game for the Twins.
Well, Morneau picking up his 33rd RBI of the year. And Gomez, we know he has a strong arm out in center field. As far as accuracy, sometimes we've seen him kind of throw that ball all over the place, but he makes a strong throw. Hudson got a good jump from second base and to throw a little bit up the first baseline, and that allowed Hudson to sneak in the back door.
And now Kadire.
Good read right there by third base coach Scotty Alger. He was watching Gomez attack the ball and saw how Hudson got there so quickly. He went ahead and sent him. So good job by Scotty.
1 strike to Kadire. Just off the plate, 1-1. It was 1 year ago today that Michael Kadire hit for the cycle against Milwaukee. And he comes up here in the first inning with a chance to do some significant damage. Curve, rifled fair into the left field corner. Bauer will score. Morneau will be held, and Kadire starts his day with a double.
Gallardo trying to throw a breaking ball, I think, down in the strike zone, and he left it up. Let's take a look at the box tracks right here where that ball ended up, middle in, and Kadire opening up quickly and lining it into that corner. Ball rattling around the corner. Joe Mauer scoring from second base. Justin going, of course, from second to third, and Michael Kadire picks up his 26th RBI on his 8th double of the year.
4 straight hits, and they've all been hit with authority. Here's Jason Kubel. Middle infielders back. Corner infielders up. And Kubel takes up and away a ball.
Boy, look at that beautiful view right there.
Kubel takes, it's 2-0. In last night's game, Milwaukee starter Dave Bush just was out of sync at the beginning, and it got worse as the inning wore along. He only retired 1 batter. The Twins put 7 runs up on the board and knocked him out in the first inning. And now with the count 2-0, the Brewers will intentionally walk Kubel to fill the bases for Delmon Young.
Yeah, you don't see this happen too often in the first inning. An intentional walk. That does set up a double play, and it's something the Twins have hit into more than any team in major leagues, double plays. But Ken Maka, they're taking a chance right here.
Delmon Young with the bases full. He got 3 hits and a sacrifice fly last night. Scored a couple of runs. And Rick Peterson, as he did last night in the first inning, has to make a quick trip to the mound.
Well, Peterson, in his first season, he came over from the Met organization. We saw him in Oakland, trying to patch this starting staff and bullpen back together to where they can at least try to stay in the race. Right now, in 5th place in the National League Central Division, 8.5 games behind the St. Louis Cardinals.
Well, here's Young with the Twins already up 2-0. Breaking ball. It looked like he might have hung it. Got a pretty good swing at it and fouled it to the net.
We're never seeing a guy before. You see in Young, we saw also Justin Morneau swing at that first pitch. So I'm sure seeing what kind of arsenal he has. Fastball missing down and in.
Well, we saw Span take a lot of pitches and Hudson take a lot of pitches, but these guys paid attention in the dugout. Maybe got a look at what he had.
Well, Delman goes up there swinging. That's his goal. He's going to knock in some runs right here if he can.
Taken inside again, and it's 2-1.
Gallardo coming off a start in his last start in Cincinnati. He worked 6 innings, ended up getting a no decision, but threw 120 pitches in the 6 innings.
And lifted foul and out of play, 2-2.
And that was number 29 in the inning. Gallardo making his 10th start of the year, his 61st major league start. He has 26 wins, 19 losses.
2-2 to Delman Young. And a foul back. The opening day starter for the Brewers this year.
A lot of pitches already. Not the strike to ball ratio you'd like to have as a pitcher. Usually 2 strikes to every ball thrown.
Other than the intentional walk, he hasn't walked anybody in this first inning. Just a lot of pitches. Not exactly what Ken Maka wanted to see today after his starter last night gave him just a third of an inning. Another 2-2 to Young. And a full count. Last night, the first run the Twins scored came on a bases-loaded walk to Michael Kadire. Blue Fondak. Full count with the bases full. And Young gets a bases-loaded walk, and it's 3-0.
And Delman Young credited with an RBI. His 19th of the year as Joe Mauer scores. Justin Morneau scores.
And now Plouffe with the bases full.
Well, not a good start for both starters. Dave Bush and now Gallardo.
10 earned runs in the first inning so far. Plouffe at the plate. A fly to center. Gomez retreating. And the front 2 runners are going to tag, and now Young is hung out between first and second, but there's nobody at first. A sacrifice fly for Plouffe. He's already got 3 runs batted in as a big leaguer. And Kubel advanced to third.
And good base running right there by Delman Young, because Fielder becomes the cutoff man in the middle of the infield, so nobody there. So Delman Young can go out about halfway. So Plouffe picking up his 3rd RBI. And the Twins lead 4-0.
Here's Punto. Twins batted around. In fact, they sent 12 men to the plate in the first inning last night. And a cloud passes over the field here. Punto a little distracted with the shade.
Okay, here comes the sun.
That'd be a great title for a song. Punto turned the lineup over last night in the first inning with an RBI double. And later Span, Hudson, and Mauer all came up one more time. Strike on the outside corner. And now 1-2. Gallardo just out of the top 10 of the National League in earned run average, so he's not used to allowing crooked numbers, but the Twins have a 4 up there already. And a strikeout ends the inning. But again, in the first inning, the Twins bat around. 4 men score. And the Twins jump out in front on a sunny, windy day at Target Field. Michael Kanier will talk about the win when we come back.
It's going to kind of swirl, and it's either going to blow out on, I believe it's 6th, or blow in from 6th, and then swirl again.
And not the windiest of days today yet, but still I think we've seen what wind there is be a factor of some pop-ups.
As the weather gets warmer, too, it'll be interesting to see how, the ball carries at this ballpark. We've seen a lot of balls hit to left center and right center that just kind of be held up, and once the warmer weather comes, you wonder if those balls will shoot a little bit further. But absolutely beautiful Target Field.
1-1 to Fielder, and pitch fouled away 1-2. It's supposed to warm up very soon, like tomorrow. Temperatures approaching 90 degrees for the end of May. One and 2 to the Milwaukee first baseman. Got him swinging. And Slowey has struck out both Ryan Braun and Prince Fielder here in the early going. Ron Coomer down field level by the Twins dugout. We noticed before that the flags are hardly moving, but at times the uniforms for the players and the umpires are really riffling in the breeze.
Dick, what you were saying in the first inning is correct. If you look at the flags, they're not blowing all the time. We're getting some wind gusts, but the wind on the field is definitely, it's much breezier down low than it is up high. I heard what Mike said about the way the wind is going to swirl. It's definitely going to swirl here, but I anticipate for the first time when it does blow, I've felt it blowing out from right field, so it could help the left-hander maybe for the first time since we've played here at Target Field.
McGee, the hitter, taking a strike, now a ball. Down into the left field corner. And down for a hit. McGee will dig for second. And he'll get in with a one-out double.
Yeah, Slowey right there just left a breaking ball up. And Casey McGee having a very solid year coming in, hitting .316. This is his 11th double of the year. To go along with 9 home runs and 37 runs driven in. Well, he didn't miss that high breaking ball, lining it into the corner. And Galman Young has to get it back in. So the first hit of the ball game, a double by McGee.
Here's Corey Hart. Pitches up high, a ball. Hart in the game last night, 0 for 3, struck out, or 0 for 4 rather, struck out a couple of times. One and one.
You look at Hart, you think of Jason Worth with the Philadelphia Phillies, who we'll see, here in a couple weeks when we travel to Philadelphia. A guy that is tall, 6'6", tremendous power.
And Slowey comes back with another strike.
And Hart just 3 for 14 lifetime against Kevin Slowey. He's been able to strike him out 4 times.
Against Slowey, 3-0 against the Brewers, 7-2 against National League teams. I guess that would mean Twins get to the World Series, he'd be your game 1 starter, wouldn't he?
Well, Slowey, I think, Brad Radke had excellent interleague numbers too. And, they're both control type pitchers, especially if they can hit that spot down and away and then go up the ladder with that good fastball. Slowey's picked up a couple strikeouts of Braun and Fielder with that high fastball.
Check swing dribbler, Punto. Bare hands it, fires! Safe at first. Hart gets down the line and beats out an infield hit with McGee stuck at second base.
Yeah, one thing about Hart too, at 6'6", he does have pretty good speed. Kind of a check swing right here. Punto knows he has only one play, and that's the bare hand, and you can't play it any better than Nick Punto did right there on that slow roller. And Hart, with that long stride, just beat it out.
So runners at first and second, 1 away, and Joe Inglet, the hitter. Inglet, a utility player for the Brewers. Started at second base for weeks last night, in left field today. Rip to right. Kadire makes the catch. 2 away. Throw it back to first, and Hart gets back. You've seen Michael do that, like he really enjoys the shorter field in right field here more than he did at the Metrodome. He's thrown ahead of apparent base hitters and behind runners.
Well, not only, he's got a great arm, also the accuracy. We talked about Gomez. He can be a little bit left or right of the plate. When Kadire throws the ball, say, to first like he did, is right over the bag. And eventually, if he does have to throw home, that ball will be right around home plate. Very, very good arm and very good as far as his accuracy where he's throwing.
Here's Escobar. Little bit high, ball 1.
Escobar, just 23 years old, taking over for J.J. Hardy at short. Now, of course, J.J. Hardy with the Twins. 23 from Venezuela. Signed by the Brewers back in 2003.
2-0. We know here, of course, of J.J. Hardy's struggles last year. He got off to a bad start, and things didn't really improve over the course of the year, to the point where he was sent to the minor leagues to try to iron out some of his problems. One of the reasons they did that, the Brewers wanted to take a look at this guy.
And he responded well. I mean, he hit both times in his first 2 times with the Brewers in 2008 and 9. He hit extremely well.
Last year, 125 at bats. He had 304. Not a whole lot of power. But he fielded his position well and allowed the Brewers to contemplate moving Hardy, which they did, to the Twins to get the center fielder they needed when Mike Cameron signed a 2-year deal with the Red Sox. Hardy still hopes to come back and play Tuesday night against the Yankees. 3-1 to the number 8 hitter. Popped up, short right. Hudson out, Kadire in. And Hudson with the catch in front of Kadire. The Brewers get a couple of hits, strand a couple of runners. It's still 4-0. Brought to you by Explore Minnesota. Visit exploreminnesota.com and plan your next Minnesota vacation today. That's the Smokey the Bear statue in International Falls. It's the monument in Smokey Bear Park, the nation's largest Smokey Bear statue. How tall do you think that is?
Oh, probably about 30 feet.
26.
Oh, okay.
And how much do you think it weighs?
Oh, a lot.
You're right. 82 tons. Second inning for the Twins.
82 tons. So wind isn't going to knock that baby.
No. Strike one to Span. He had a long battle with Gallardo. Ended up flying out. And then the Twins got 4 straight hits, a couple of walks, and had 4 runs in the first. That's to short right. Weeks makes a nice catch. 1 away. Leadoff man is gone here in the second. Twins baseball is brought to you in Sony High Definition. Brewers are hoping that getting away from Miller Park would be one of the things that might turn their year around. They are 4-14 at home, and they just completed an 0-6 homestand.
Did you hear you just said that they want to leave their home ballpark?
There's a liner to Weeks, out number 2. But really, might have been the best thing for him just to get. You have an 0-6 homestand. Just a change of scenery would be nice. Today's broadcast is on AFN, the American Forces Network, broadcasting to the U.S. Armed Forces, serving in 177 countries and aboard ships at sea. They're watching around the world in Iraq, Germany, Italy, Southwest Asia, South Korea, and Japan. And we welcome all of you to today's broadcast.
And we tell everybody thank you. Thank you for your service and keeping us free.
Joe Mauer with a single that started, was the second hit of 4 straight hits for the Twins in the first inning. There's one note here, though. This card, and we've read it from time to time, says 175 countries, but now it says 177. We're in 2 more countries than we used to be.
Dick, take a look at Gallardo's delivery and tell me who.
Dennis Martinez.
Dennis Martinez, exactly right.
When I saw him warm up, and again, we hadn't seen him before, I had to look and see if he was from Nicaragua, because he sure looks a lot like Dennis Martinez. Much better second inning for Gallardo. A 1-2-3 second inning.
Home safe.
You can get involved in our telecast today. Let us know who you think will be the Arby's value player of the game. Text the word value followed by a space and the player's name to short code 234-234. And we'll update the voting and give you the final tally in our postgame show.
There we go. I cleared it. My telly was on the blink. Sorry about that.
Bauer's out to the early lead. Kevin Slowey pitched around a couple of hits in the second inning. Now facing catcher George Kataras. A towering fly ball. And we'll see what the wind does to this. Kadire makes the catch in foul territory. One away. So Kataras retired.
That ball was hit so high right there, allowed Kadire and Justin Morneau along with Hudson, the second baseman, to get near this ball. It's Kadire that catches the ball.
Hey, nice job by the fans there who didn't even try to reach over and interfere with Kadire in his attempt to get an out.
Oh, they saw Justin coming.
Aren't many fans. You talk about Minnesota nice. That was Minnesota outstanding there. Most fans in most ballparks, I guarantee you, would reach over, try to get a souvenir, and they kept their hands away from the field of play. And now 1-1. Weeks hit a ground ball to Punto to start the ball game. And now line foul. 1-2. One and two to Ricky Weeks. Congratulations to John Anderson and the Golden Gopher baseball program. They beat Ohio State and won the regular season Big Ten title today.
Yes, congratulations.
Another 1-2 to Weeks. That's down the line, but foul. The way it looks, with the help of the Pohlad family, the Gopher baseball program is on its way to having its brand new outdoor ballpark. With Siebert Field, hopefully enough money raised to renovate the field, the grandstand area, to get the Gopher baseball team its much-deserved baseball field. A little bit of trivia, of course. The Gophers played the very first game here at Target Field. 2-2 to Weeks. Foul tip. Mauer hangs on again, and it's the third strikeout for Kevin Slowey.
Yeah, another good fastball down and away. Again, that's what Kevin Slowey needs to control, and he's been doing a good job here so far this afternoon. Watch his pitch right here. Watch where Mauer puts the glove, and a great fastball down and away. Again, one of the hardest pitches to hit right there. And Weeks is trying to defensively just make contact, but it's a strikeout.
2 down, and here's Carlos Gomez. Slowey misses the outside corner. Gomez tattooed one, lined it to Punto for the second out of the first inning. And this one grounded foul.
Yeah, we want to say happy birthday to Bruce Wolf, the graphics operator for us in the truck. Happy 41st birthday, Brucey.
Well, we got to show everybody what Bruce does somehow. A little pop-up foul. We need a graphic up on the screen. Can we put a graphic? It doesn't have to be correct or anything like that. We want to show our viewers a little bit of Bruce work. There. Again, he's a big Gopher fan, so he'll put the Gopher score up there again. Bruce Wolf did that. And he spelled Minnesota correctly. He spelled Ohio State correctly. He got the score correct. He's one of the best in the business.
Let's not get carried away. Jeez, it's only his birthday.
2-2 to Gomez. Slow breaking ball. Got him. And Slowey has a 1-2-3 third inning. Justin Morneau leading off the third for the Twins. Drove in a run with a single in the first. And he takes ball one from Giovanni Gallardo. And that one shaves the corner, 1-1. We were talking with Morneau at the plate in the first inning. The Twins have never had a triple crown threat. They've had some great hitters. Home run champion in Killebrew. They've had batting champions. They've had RBI champions. But never someone who was a serious threat to win all three categories in 1 year.
I would have to say probably of all those that we think about is
deep to right center field. A line shot high off the wall in right. Morneau digging for second, and he's in with a double. He creamed that ball, and he's got 2 hits in 2 at-bats here today.
Boy, nobody hotter in baseball right now than Justin Morneau. You make a mistake right there. He is not missing his pitches. Gallardo leaving a breaking ball up, but look at a solid swing, the great contact. And this ball maybe a foot or two from going out. Just hitting just underneath that yellow line. We'll take a closer look at that ball right there. Wow. Less than a foot.
Well, here's Michael Kadire, who drove in a run with a double. His first time up, and Gallardo hits the outside corner.
I'm going to say, of all the players, probably Tony Oliva would be the one because of his power, and then the RBI potentially had, and then the average, of course. Tony's, all three.
Tony's career high in home runs, I believe, was 31, and that was back in the days when Harmon was hitting over 40.
But still, back then, 30 home runs was a lot of home runs.
Yeah. Tony led the team in runs batted in 3 times in his career. There's Tony working the Spanish broadcast on radio today.
Look at flat out hit.
Two and one to Kadire. Kirby Puckett led the team and the league once in batting average, and led the team in runs batted in, and the league once in runs batted in, but never in home runs. Fly to short center. Gomez fighting the sun. Makes the catch. Kadire retired, 1 away. Kubel coming to the plate, and last week he hit the Burger King Whopper of the week.
Well, it really was that big win right there against the Yankees and Mariano Rivera. That grand slam that enabled the Twins to finally beat the Yankees in New York 6-3. Nobody happier than that man right there, Ron Gardenhire.
Here's Kubel. At a 2-0 count, the Brewers decided to intentionally walk him, and then they unintentionally walked Young to force in a run. That's one other footnote about what we were talking about. I think it surprised Twins fans, in particular baseball fans in general. Kirby Puckett won an RBI championship. Drove in 112 in the strike-shortened year of 1994. That was the top number in the American League. And now the breeze, according to the foul poles, blowing in from right field. According to the flag poles. 1-0 to Kubel. And a check swing foul, 1-1. Gallardo with a very ragged first inning and an easy second inning. Kubel lifts it foul and out of play, 1-2. The American League with the edge after day 1 of interleague play. They won 8 of the 14 games. Call, third strike. And Tom Hallion enjoyed ringing up Jason Kubel for out number 2.
Gallardo picking up his second strikeout, working the inner half of the plate. That ball outer half of the plate just misses away, but Hallion rings him up. We have a guest in the booth.
The home run champion the Twins have had, Mr. Killebrew, is going to join us in the next half inning. Delman Young got credit for an RBI with a bases loaded walk, and again Gallardo starts him with a breaking pitch, and it's fouled back to the screen by Delman Young. Harmon with at least a share of 5 home run titles as a Twin. Led the league in runs batted in 3 times as a Twin. But to my knowledge, never contended for a batting championship. We were talking about triple crown threats. Morneau potentially a triple crown threat.
I have to look that up.
You looked
Bert will look that up for
I'll look it up, yeah.
No, I you know what? I was in the first part of the season every year was up in there.
Right.
But something happened along the way, I guess.
And that ball back into the seats. Well, one of the things happened. You had Mr. Oliva on your team starting in the mid-'60s, and he won a couple of batting championships. And you had Mr. Carew. The bar was raised pretty high back in those days for a batting title.
I'll tell you what, there's Tony. It was a pleasure. It was a pleasure to hit behind those two guys. I'll tell you that right now.
1-2 to Young. Twins trying to take advantage of the leadoff double by Morneau. That one went about 55 feet.
Before we get into a lot of stuff here, Dick, I have to ask you, did your son actually catch a foul ball?
Yes, he did. Yeah, he was.
I heard that.
A couple weeks ago when we were here on a Sunday, he was sitting in the seats over here, and he caught a foul ball.
I'll have to go up one on you. My son Kenny caught a home run ball that I hit.
Is that right?
At the old ballpark, yeah.
Did you sign it for him or not?
No. I was chewing him out for being where he was to catch that ball. My 498th home run.
I'll be darned.
And Hallion rings up Delman Young, and Gallardo does a nice job pitching around the leadoff double. More with Harmon Killebrew when we come back. Another quick burst by the Twins in the first inning.
Yeah, second straight day. 7 runs in the first inning in yesterday's win over the Brewers. And here this afternoon, 4 quick runs. And Kevin Slowey, 3 shutout innings so far. Justin, a couple hits in a ball game.
Ryan Braun, Prince Fielder, Casey McGee, the 3, 4, and 5 hitters for the Brewers to face Slowey here in the 4th. Driven deep to right field, near the foul pole. And just foul. So Braun hit it a long way to the opposite field, but foul.
Well, you see the power that he can generate right there. That ball looked like it was about a foot outside, but he ends up taking that ball the other way. Ball just slicing foul.
Hey, Bert, go figure. His dad didn't have that kind of power.
You knew his dad?
Well, isn't that Steve?
No relation.
No relation. Well, no. I thought it was.
Yeah, no. You're thinking of Steve Braun.
Yeah, Steve Braun. Yeah.
Kadire with a long run.
Oh.
And that one just foul. And Kadire had to slam on the brakes before he slammed into the wall.
Yeah, that's a tough play right there because of that low railing right there. Ball kept slicing away. Kadire, good hustle. And right at that corner, right left to the forward right there is where Kadire tried to hold up. See the hustle and then all of a sudden stop. Boy, that's a dangerous play.
Hey, Harmon, you were obviously with the Twins in 1961 when they were learning about Metropolitan Stadium. Kadire and all the Twins players are curious how this ballpark is going to play when the weather changes. What were your initial impressions of the old Met, and did the hitting or pitching conditions change over the course of the year?
Yes, it did. The big factor out there, and I think it's going to be in this ballpark too. There's a nice line drive out.
You can join Harmon Killebrew Sunday for the 7th annual Quick Trip Harmon Killebrew Classic here at Target Field. Dinner beginning
that's tomorrow.
At 6:30. Guests can bid on the live and silent auctions and enjoy music from G.B. Layton. Visit HarmonKillebrew.Foundation.org for tickets and details. One of the reasons Harmon is here this weekend. Prince Fielder taking ball one, but the conditions changed at Met Stadium.
The wind was the big factor, and I started to say I think that's going to be the factor here, because the park is laid out exactly the same direction as the old ballpark, and in the spring and the fall the wind would blow in. It was a better time to pitch.
Yes.
In the spring and fall. In the middle of the summer, the ball carried out better.
That's when the arm started to get sore a little bit.
Fielder takes a ball, 2-1. So how deep into the season did it get before things started to become more favorable for a hitter?
Well, I'd say the middle of maybe June.
Yeah. Okay.
June until August, and then it started.
Yeah, and then it went the other way. That's right. Yeah. So I'm anxious to see how that works. And I was telling some of our hitters in spring training that may be the same situation in this ballpark, although you got it a little bit different because this park sits lower, and you got some stadium seating surrounding the whole ballpark. Right. So maybe it'll be different.
2-2, and another foul. As Michael Kadire described it, this is a vertical ballpark. It's built straight up, and so any wind that's in here can kind of circle around and create some problems.
I wonder if there'll be any channels. You know, like in Arlington, they have a stadium all like this. And there's channels that kind of go out toward their bullpen out in right center, where we haven't really seen that yet, Harmon, other than down the lines.
Well, remember the old ballpark there in Arlington, center field, most days you couldn't even, if Jackie Price has his bazooka gun, he couldn't shoot him out of there in center field.
Right.
Full count to Fielder with one gone in the Milwaukee fourth.
I was watching the game you guys were doing, one or more games in Yankee Stadium, and the ball seems to carry much better in the new ballpark in center field than it did in the old ballpark. Am I right or wrong?
I agree, yes.
Particularly carries well in the bottom of the inning.
Yes.
I don't know why that is.
Did you have a good time in Boston?
No.
I like Boston.
Boston's a nice city, but that didn't look like much fun.
We lost 2 games there.
Yeah, that didn't look like much fun.
Another full count pitch to Fielder, and it'll pop up back and out of play.
I think the Twins went to 2 places, especially New York and Boston, that they always seem to have the home field advantage just because of the way their clubs have been put together.
Exactly.
We beat Boston here, and we're hoping to do the same thing when the Yankees come here, this week.
Talking about ballparks and hitters, they always said if Ted Williams played in Yankee Stadium and DiMaggio played in Fenway Park, their records would have been a lot different. And talking with Ted Williams, Ted said he wished he would have played in Detroit, an old brick stadium. Sure. Because of the overhang in right field. He said that was one of his favorite parts to hit it. We got kind of the same situation here in left field. There haven't been a whole lot of balls hit in the second deck yet, have there?
No. Gomez hit one last night.
Yeah, Michael Kadire hit one up there.
Yeah.
Slowey right here, his first walk of the ball game, trying to go inner half on, and Fielder not missing by much.
Fox Tracks brought to you by the Minnesota Department of Public Safety. Buckle up and get home safely. There's the overhang in left, hanging over not so much the field of play, but at least over the lower deck. Pitch is up. You know, well, Harmon, from personal experience, you signed your contract. You show up at Griffith Stadium, and it was, what, 405 down the left field line?
It was, and I didn't know any different, Dick. I thought all the parks were built like that.
So then you go to Fenway, and it's that big green wall must have looked like it was almost from the infield.
Absolutely, and I said, why didn't you show me this before? I might have signed for nothing to play in that ballpark. That was so fun to play there.
2-0 to McGee.
Now you have a golf tournament too on Monday.
We do, and you two guys are going to play in it.
Yes.
And that's great. We're sold out, which is a great situation to be in right now. But there's still seats left for the dinner auction tomorrow night.
What types of items do you have in the?
I don't know.
In the auction, you don't know.
I don't know. I gave some things, and I'm sure we've got present-day Twins things. I don't know. Kelly McDyer, who does our tournament here, said we had some really neat stuff. So I'm looking forward to seeing that myself.
2-1 to McGee, who hit a double against Slowey back in the second inning.
Yeah, Kevin left a breaking ball up that McGee jumped all over and hit it into that corner in left field. Fielder at first. You have to keep an eye on him. He'll take that walking lead if you don't pay any attention to him.
High fly to right. Kadire retreating to the wall, makes the catch. Strong throw back to first, and Morneau tried to decoy Fielder, but he got back. 2 down.
You know, one thing, Harmon, you're talking about now, yesterday a ball was kind of hit like that, but over toward just underneath that limestone, and Kadire kind of thought it was going to hit the limestone and came back. And I think he's realizing now that, you know what, I'm going to go after that ball no matter where it's at. And he went back right there. You can see the limestone right there. If it hits that limestone, it's going to ricochet back to the field. But
one of the first games that were
Billy Butler hit a ball off of there. Of Kansas City.
There's the overhang over the foul territory and over fair territory, the right field wall. There's a strike on the outside corner to Hart.
Yeah, that'll be interesting as the years go on, how the right fielders have to play that limestone and then the wood underneath it and then the padding.
I got a chance to play in the outfield 3 years, and Fenway Park was fun.
Pop straight up, and Morneau comes up the line to end the inning. Harmon, thank you very much. Great to see you.
So
again,
that's
my
it?
friend. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, Dick. Thank you, Bert.
For the Milwaukee Brewers, I'm Robbie Makowski, and I'm joined by Warren Plouffe. He is Trevor Plouffe's dad, and what a great story. He's watching his son play baseball today for the very first time. You were traveling during the game yesterday, didn't make it here in time. But what is this experience like for you, Mr. Plouffe, watching your son bat here at Target Field?
Pretty much fulfillment of a lifelong dream. I mean, it's like since he was 2 years old, and I used to roll the ball to him when he could barely even walk. It's amazing to me. I mean, so proud of him. It's unbelievable, you know. It's just hard. I don't know. It's just amazing. I don't know. It's hard to find words, really.
It's an interesting story on when Trevor batted for the first time. He had the RBI single. What was that like for you? How did you know what your son did in his first at bat? I
was actually getting off a plane in Phoenix. We had a layover. We were listening on my son's phone. We heard it. We went into a sports bar. We saw the replay. We got to see. We sat in there. We had a little layover. We got to see his next two at bats actually. So we saw the double. We saw. You know, it was great. You know, we saw him slide into home. I mean, it would have been better to be here, but we were trying. We were on our way here. And now it's just great to be here, you know. Well, Warren, unfortunately, struck out this at-bat, but congratulations to you on your son's success. I'm sure it means a lot. Thanks, Robbie. Thanks a lot.
Yep, Dick and Bert.
Very nice.
Yeah, you can't replace that. Fathers are so proud. And like I said, he rolled the ball to him when he could barely walk.
3 straight hitters have been called out by Tom Hallion. Plouffe, a strikeout victim to start the 4th. Punto went down swinging to end the first inning when the Twins scored their 4 runs. One and one. A lot was made early in the season, and justly so. The Twins winning just about every series. They have won a series now in a couple of weeks, trying to take care of business here against the Brewers in the first 2 games. 2-1. Last series the Twins won was their 3-game sweep over the Tigers here. White Sox won again today, beating Florida 4-1. Tigers lost last night to the Dodgers, so the Twins do have a lead of a game in the American League Central. Gomez has it go off his glove. Punto rounds first, on his way to second. And on an errant throw, but Punto is in on what should be a 2-base error charge to Gomez.
Again, you can see the shadows of the outfielders, and that ball may have gotten into the sun right there. Gomez with the sunglasses. Maybe a lost sight of the ball. Looked like it hit the heel of his glove and then deflected away. Punto hitting this ball, and they'll give Gomez an error. That'll be his 2nd error of the year out in center field.
Well, the Twins didn't do anything with Morneau's leadoff double in the 3rd. We'll see if they can convert here on the 1-out error by Gomez. Span at the plate. Fly ball to center and a pop up to second. Popped up near second base. Escobar makes the catch. Span quickly retired, out number 2. AT&T trivia with Orlando Hudson coming to the plate. Before this season, who was the last Twin to get a hit in his first major league at bat? 3 of them have done it this year already. They've had 4 debuters get their first hits. Drew Butera, and then the 3 guys who got hits in their first major league at bat: Luke Hughes, Wilson Ramos, and Trevor Plouffe.
You wonder if that's a trick question, maybe a pitcher in interleague play.
I was just going to say Denard Span. So I'll go with Denard Span. One and one. So you think maybe a Kevin Slowey type, somebody who,
right?
Yeah. Well, I know it wasn't Glenn Perkins.
No.
One and one. And another pop-up, this one coming back into the feet. By the way, your contention that pitchers are the greatest athletes on the team and all that, That took a little bit of a hit yesterday, with the pitchers in the American League trying to bunt and hit and all that. Javier Vasquez nearly broke his finger trying to bunt yesterday. Must have had his fingers curled around the bat when he made contact. Brad Penny hit a grand slam yesterday and then went on the disabled list today with a bad back.
He swung too hard. Well, Vasquez was with the both those guys were in the National League.
Right. A foul tip. Hudson strikes out, and Gallardo has settled down after a rocky start. The Twins have a 4-0 lead.
Robbie and Smikowski, and I'm way out here in left field. I'm with Nancy. And Bert, check this out. 53 years young today, and they are rowdy here. I've got $100 in Minnesota State Lottery tickets to give to Nancy on her 53rd birthday. You know, you've been hanging out here all afternoon. How much fun is this that we finally found you?
I have been waiting all afternoon for you guys to find me, but I'm here with my family. We are celebrating my birthday and my grandson's first trip to the Twins game.
What an outstanding day, Bert. How about that? What a great way to celebrate. The little guy's right here in his Mauer jersey. I'll tell you what, we're all the way out here in left field, and the view here is spectacular.
Well, happy birthday to you, Nancy, and hopefully the Twins will win here this afternoon on your birthday.
Off to a good start. Kevin Slowey with 4 shutout innings, pitching to the bottom third of the Brewer lineup, starting with Joe Englund. Ball 1. Now ball 2. Pitch count good for Slowey. 71 pitches through 4 innings and some change here in the 5th. 2-1.
Yeah, this is the time of the ball game that we have seen Slowey over his last 6 or 7 starts start to throw a lot of pitches, and then he'll get near that 100 pitch count, and then that's when he only ends up going 5 1/3, 5 2/3.
There's the outside corner to even the count. There seems to be a hump, to use a cliche. Kevin Slowey's having a tough time getting over. That's hit hard into the right field corner. Kadire chasing it. One hops the fence. Englund has a leadoff extra base hit, dropping a double down the line, leading off the 5th inning. That'll bring up Alcides Escobar.
That ball kind of dropping right into the swing of Joe Englund. Watch this pitch right here. Just dropping the barrel of the bat, and then one hopping the fence down that right field line for Englund, his 4th double of the year, and the 3rd hit for the Brewers.
Here's Escobar. Brewers down by 4, but Escobar still wants to take advantage of the leadoff double and bump the runner up at least 1 base here. Squaring to bunt and taking the ball.
You can see the pitch count at 75 pitches in his last start for Kevin Slowey. He did get the win against the Toronto Blue Jays. He worked only 5 innings and threw 98 pitches.
One and one.
You can see the last 6 pitches, Kevin Slowey. You can see the lack of innings, and that's what they'd like to see more of what he did against the Indians when he threw 98 pitches in 8 innings. And then the next 5, you can see 4 and 2/3, 5 innings, 5 and a third, and the high pitch count.
Off-speed pitch missing. 2 and 1. A chance to be the first Twin to pick up his 6th win of the year. Nick Blackburn got number 5 last night to join him in the 5 victory club. I don't know what it means. I don't know if it means something good or something bad. I think it's something good. Twins have 25 wins. And Twin starters have 22 of them.
Yeah, only the Tampa Bay Rays have more wins as far as starters. I believe they have 23 wins as a stat.
That's got to be a good number. I mean, a good stat, isn't it? Positive?
Yeah, very positive. Means they're getting a lot of decisions. 15 losses for the starters, so 37 of the 43 games or 42 ball games have come from the starting staff. Bullpen has been outstanding. They're 3-2 out there with the second best ERA combined in the American League at 3.12.
The Twins had a disappointing road trip, yet their 25-17 mark is 4th best in Major League Baseball.
Yep.
2-2 to Escobar. Popped him up. And Hudson runs in to the infield grass to make the catch. 1 away. Ron Coomer, your thoughts, observations of Kevin Slowey so far here today?
Well, up until this inning, he looked very good. You know, both you guys have talked about him getting over the hump this inning. But earlier in the ball game, the one thing I feel like he established early and real early with Braun is he was able to handle the pitch down and away to the right-handers 5 spot where he hit that spot and he established it. And it seemed like to me, mechanically then, once he established it, it just got him in sync. He just looked really solid and under control and able to throw the ball where he wanted. It'll be interesting, though, and I'm sure Gardy is looking at this too, just like you guys said. This has been his inning to get over the hump, as you said, Dick, to see if he can continue to go. But, you know, Kevin has looked really good today.
Foul back 1-1.
Coming into the ball game, Kevin Slowey has allowed 23 runs, all of them earned, and 11 have come in the 5th inning. So this is the inning that's been kind of a pain for Kevin Slowey.
Bert, the one thing I've seen is he's really able to get out in front with his pitches. And I know we've talked about that in our instructionals, but he's really getting out in front with his pitches and being able to command getting the ball down in the zone.
Just missing the outside corner, 2-1.
I remember Slowey still has a couple pins in that right wrist, and I have asked him, how is that wrist? And he says it's fine. But I think, as you know, the more pitches you throw, if your wrist is still bothering you, it's hard to work out front, and you leave some pitches up because of that. Maybe not completely healed there in that right wrist area. But he says it's fine.
Enough thunder in this Milwaukee lineup. Slowey doesn't want to walk the number 9 hitter with a 4-run lead. 3-1 here with 1 gone, and Kataris the hitter. He fouled out to Kadir his first time up. Rifle to center field. Inglet to third. He's being waved around. Span's throw cut off by Punto, and the Brewers are on the board. It's 4-1.
So there's my point right there. Now 12 of the 24 runs that Kevin Slowey has allowed. Look like Inglet hopping a little bit right there. But 12 of the 24 runs have scored here in the 5th inning. And not a lot of movement on that fastball right there. Not an overpowering fastball.
If Inglet just got some raspberries on the slide, or what happened? Brewers can ill afford to lose England or anybody else for that matter. They're playing with just 3 bench players to begin with, and he's getting some attention down low to a leg around the ankle area.
Yeah, Jody Garrett was not here yesterday. His wife delivering a baby girl, but he was supposed to be here. Flight coming in at 2 o'clock. I assume that he's at the ballpark.
No, that's not good news for the Brewers. Swing and a foul. Weeks with 1 strike. Hit a bouncer to third and struck out swinging.
Contreras on RBI single drives in his 11th run of the year.
High fly to left field. Delman Young looks at Denard Span. And it's Span with the catch out number 2.
Well, Span kind of took over right there, maybe because of the sun where it was. Delman may have been right into the sun, where Span kind of cut it off at a different angle.
Now to bring up Gomez, who's lined out and struck out here today. Told England has left the Milwaukee dugout with the trainer. Craig Counsell is available as a utility player. Garrett, if he's here, is available. The backup catcher, and then that's it. Lucroy is also available. Swing and a miss. There's Counsell. Of course, the Twins earlier this week were carrying 13 pitchers. The Brewers are there now. To center, Span coming in. He'll play it on a hop, and the Brewers will get the tying run to the plate with 3 hits here in the 5th. Braun coming to the plate. Before he gets there, the Twins' Wives organization will be very busy in the coming weeks with fundraising efforts and great opportunities for fans. On Tuesday night at the ballpark, they'll be selling custom team Twins shirts and autographed ball in a bag chances, and you can visit them at the Twins community kiosk. And tickets are on sale now for the annual Hang with the Majors at Majors in Bloomington. Check out twinsbaseball.com/community for all the details.
Well, Rick Anderson, the pitching coach, out to talk to Kevin Slowey in the infield.
So Slowey, who gave up a couple of hits but no runs in the second, has given up 3 hits and 1 run so far here in the 5th.
And again, that pitch count up. His next pitch will be his 90th pitch of the ball game.
Braun with a strikeout on the first, a line out to Delman Young in the 4th. And Braun, who nearly hit a home run down the right field line in that 4th inning at bat, then pulled the ball hard. He's had a couple of good swings against Slowey already today.
And he's got a very good power. Braun came up in 2007, hit 34 home runs, then 2008 37, last year 32, and 103 home runs in his first 3 seasons, joining some pretty good company right there.
Kiner, Matthews, DiMaggio Hall of Famers, and the other names on that list. Pujols and Teixeira might get there when their careers are done. Pujols almost a lock at this point. 1 strike to Braun. Half swing and a check swing, 1-1.
Not only the power that Braun has, also the average, a 308 career average coming into his 4th year with the Brewers. Alex Burnett starting to loosen up.
One to Ryan Braun. On the outside corner, 1-2. One of Slowey's better pitches in this middle inning sequence.
Yeah, good hard slider right there. Take a look at the pitch right here. Oh, it's a fastball. Just good fastball. I thought it had some cut on it.
1-2 to Ryan Braun. That's down the line. Foul. It broke Braun's bat. And he'll have to get another one. Somewhere in a Minnesota State Park, there'll be 100 new trees planted because of that pitch.
Yeah, Robbie had, I don't remember his name on it, representative of DNR, and they had, I believe, 6,200, trees they planted already.
Wow, that's a lot of that's a lot of trees.
Yep. So make it 6,300 now. Where does that ball have to be fair? Because he broke his bat right there.
No, he can break his bat and get sawed off and dribble it back to the pitcher. That's 100 trees too. Mark Holston was the pregame guest for Robbie Ince-Mikowski. Now, just think about that. Here we can remember Robbie Ince-Mikowski's name. We can't remember Mark Holston's. 2-2 to Braun. And a foul to the net.
Well, that's the pitch he struck out Braun up in the first inning, that high fastball. And this time Braun got a piece of it. Going to stay with the fastball. Braun falling it off.
Couple of runners aboard. They've earned their way on there. 3 hits. Got him looking. Came back and got the inside corner. 1 run for Milwaukee. They leave a couple of runners aboard. It's 4-1.
How about that double play? Turn it. 1, 2.
Kevin Slowey gave up just 1 and left a couple of big runners aboard in his 5th inning. Jody Garrett arrived here today and now is in the ball game because of an apparent ankle injury to starting left fielder Joe England. Joe Mauer will lead off the 5th for the Twins. So in reality, Ken Maka had just 2 bench moves to make with 3 bench players, including the backup catcher. And he's got to use 1 up here in the middle of the ball game. 1-1. Mauer, Morneau, and Kanayer trying to get something started against Gallardo. Fielder has it clang off his glove, and Mauer is aboard with a leadoff hit. So the leadoff man is on. Morneau already has a couple of hits, has creamed the ball a couple of times. Ron Coomer, this guy's swinging the bat about as powerfully as he has in quite some time.
Well, he sure has. The ball he hit, his first double off the right center field wall hit, that was just a line drive. But the thing that we've looked at so far this series is having 2 premier power hitters And Justin Morneau and Prince Fielder, I keep wanting to call him Sussel as I'm standing next to him. I'm sure you guys have said the same thing or felt like it. But the one thing when watching Justin right here, watch him get low into his legs. Excuse me. And then he's very different than Fielder, where Fielder will do the toe tap like Chipper Jones does. And you'll watch Justin here as he sinks down into his legs in his setup, as opposed to going back onto your back leg almost like a pitcher or a lot of hitters do. You watch Justin right here as he'll sink down into his legs as he gets set, and then he attacks. A little bit different. Both guys, extreme power, great hitters, but do things a little different. The one thing about Justin, he has very little movement, and that allows his head to stay pretty still once he gets down into that position.
Boy, very quick hands too, huh, Ron? And then, you know, the extension too, outer half of the plate. Saw him in last night's ball game take a ball away, just softly hit it in the left field. Well, here's the double that he smoked. This helps with the pitch up in the strike zone. Wow.
See, the great thing about that, in his stride, he didn't overstride, and that's one thing Justin has to watch out for, is overstriding. When he does, then he gets that head movement, and you just miss those pitches. When his stride stays relatively short for a tall guy like him, he ends up just pounding the baseball, and that ball right there to be hit to right center was a rocket.
Hey, Ron, let me ask you, with Gallardo in the sun right now and the hitters in the shade, how tough to see?
Very. You're going to see the pitchers going to a little more of a breaking pitch now, just because you can't pick up the spin of the ball. Braun struck out his last at bat on a breaking pitch that I know he didn't see the spin of the baseball.
Morneau pops up Escobar with the catch. One down. Here comes Cuddyer. Well, the Twins have not done much of anything against Escobar since the first inning, when they batted around and scored 4 times.
Gallardo's really settled down. And, you know, I mean, he came in one of the best pitchers, if not the best pitcher for the Brewers. And you have to get a guy like that early, and the Twins were able to put 4 on the board.
But the last thing you want, you've taken control of the game in the first inning, and now in the middle innings, the Brewers come back with 1 and have the Thunder in the lineup to turn this game around in a hurry.
Yeah, I'd like to answer that one back as quick as possible.
Foul to the net. And 1 strike to Cuddyer.
And that's a sign of a good young pitcher right there. Again, Gallardo only 24 years old.
The one thing you can tell about a guy that has a really good life on his fastball, if we're popping the ball up or missing underneath a lot, he's got good life on his fastball. We've done that a lot today.
That brushed Cuddier's jersey, and that'll move the runner Mauer to second base, and Cuddyer will take over at first.
Gallardo tried to go inside, and Cuddyer tried to get out of the way, but it looked like it just clipped him.
And now Kubel, who was intentionally walked in the first and then was called out on strikes in the third.
Yeah, got the jersey right there of Cuddyer.
And if the Tigers are watching in Dodger Stadium, Brandon Inge is going, see, I should have had first base in game number 163. Kubel takes a strike and turns away in disgust. Down the left field line, and a long run and no play. Here's why Jason Kubel turned away in disgust. Pitch he thought was well offside, and Fox Tracks seems to verify that.
So I thought that was a pretty good pitch myself. Anything in that dirt area
between the batter's boxes should be a strike.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
2 strikes to Kubel. Bouncer right side, out at second, and no relay to first. So first and third, 2 away. Young will have a chance. Now you can get a behind-the-scenes view of Target Field as public and private tours of this great new ballpark are now available. To find out ballpark tour dates and times or to reserve a private tour for a larger group, just visit twinsbaseball.com or call 800-33-TWINS.
Seen a lot of fly balls here. Kevin Slowey has only had 1 ground ball out and 9 fly ball outs. And that ground ball off the bat of Jason Krupel, only the second ground ball out for the Twins.
Delman Young hasn't put a ball in play today, but he's got an RBI, a bases loaded walk in the first, and then he struck out. And he fouls it back. Twins hitting against Gallardo here in the 5th, and if they can extend the inning another at-bat or 2, they may not have to deal with him in the 6th. Gallardo's pitch count now at 88.
Yeah, but twice he's thrown over 120 to 121 pitches, the most he's thrown in a ball game. His last outing, 120 pitches in 6 innings against the Reds.
2 quick strikes to Young. Still 2 strikes. Alex Burnett was warming up in the Twins pen in the top of the 5th. Slowly looking like he's going to go out and try to settle down the Brewers quickly in the 6th. A liner to the second baseman Weeks ends the inning. A single, a hit batter, 2 men left. It's still 4-1.
Katie Fellinger here with tomorrow's game day forecast, of course brought to you by Bryant Heating and Cooling. Warmth still sticking around, but the worst of the winds beginning to taper off, and it looks like it is going to stay dry for the game at least.
The Target Field. We talked last inning about Justin Morneau and his setup and the power that he brings to the table every time he comes to the plate and the MVP numbers. Now we've got another candidate, a guy from the Milwaukee Brewers, Prince Fielder, and you see the toe tap right there. And you talk about 2 different guys in the way they go about hitting, but having very similar results. Lots of power, big RBI numbers, big home run numbers. Prince Fielder's, his approach to hitting with the toe tap sets him, and then he puts the swing, even though he was a little susceptible to the changeup right there by Slowey. That is how he sets himself to get going, guys. 2 guys doing it very well, very differently out on the ball field.
Hey, Ron, we don't get to see, not Cecil, but Prince Fielder a lot. And you know what? I mean, this guy has tremendous power. You can see his numbers over the last 3 years. He led the National League when he hit the 50 home runs in 2007. But I've seen some highlights of him when he gets a ball to his liking that he's going to hit deep. He almost jumps sometimes.
Yeah, he absolutely crushes baseballs. We got one right here. This will be interesting to see what the wind does to this ball. Nothing. Good.
Settles into Plouffe's glove for a quick second out. You can ask a question of us online at carsoup.com/baseball. John Coward of Shoreview. What father-son duo has the most combined home runs in Major League history? And where do Prince and Cecil Fielder rank?
Well, you have to think of the Griffeys. You have to think of the Vaughns.
The Buteras aren't there yet, are they?
Not yet. Not yet.
$1,094 for the Bonds tandem. 485 for Cecil and Prince.
That's a lot of home runs.
And his father was as strong right-handed as Prince is left-handed. That's hit high and deep to left. And the Brewers get another upper deck home run to left. This one with the bases empty, and it's 4-2.
Well, I talked about Hart's power earlier in the ball game. At 6'6", he can generate some power. Home run number 8 on the year. And it looked like Kevin Slowey was going to maybe have a 1-2-3 inning, but he left the fastball up, and Hart did not miss it. And again, Kevin Slowey, as Ron Gardenhire coming out, unable to go at least 6 innings in a ball game, even though he'll leave here with a 4-2 lead.
So Hart gets another run back from Milwaukee, and the Twins' lead is trimmed to 2. For Kevin Slowey.
102 pitches for Kevin Slowey, 69 for strikes. And again, unable to get through at least 6 innings. And 8 of his 9 starts. So that puts more pressure on the bullpen. Brian Dunsing coming out of the ballgame. He has been outstanding out of that bullpen, making his 18th relief appearance. Very good, 1.69 earned run average in 16 innings, 9 strikeouts. 5 walks.
Jody Garrett entered the game when Joe England left with an apparent ankle injury. Facing left-hander Brian Dunsing. A nice bunt. Dunsing bare hands throws. Got him. Good play by Dunsing right out of the bullpen. And he makes a fine fielding play to get the Twins off the field in the 6th.
Welcome back to the Coors Light 6th inning freeze cam. Let's take a look at Justin Morneau right there. That line drive double. Almost a home run for Justin. His second hit of the ballgame. That started off the 3rd inning. And that's a cross-brewed Coors Light freeze cam.
Twins up by a couple of runs. Trevor Plouffe will lead things off in the 6th. Plouffe called out on strikes his last time up. Drove in the last run of the game for the Twins back in the 1st inning with a sacrifice fly. And as ragged as Gallardo looked in the 1st inning, he is locked in, been locked in ever since.
He's done a very good job since that 4-run 1st inning. He gave up 4 straight hits, had a little control problem.
And missing the outside corner, 1-2. Plouffe, Punto, and Span trying to get a run back here for the Twins, who have seen the Brewers cut their lead in half.
See Trevor's dad right there.
Grounder to short, backhanded by Escobar. 1 down. That'll bring up Punto. But first, a look at our Quest high-speed pitch, brought to you by Quest High-Speed Internet.
Gallardo so far clocked as high as 94, and Kevin Slowey at 93.
Punto hit a fly ball to right center field, dropped by Carlos Gomez. In the 4th, the Twins have had some chances to add to the 4 runs. A leadoff double by Morneau in the 3rd. They didn't score. The 2-base error by Gomez with 1 out in the 4th. Leadoff single by Mauer in the 5th. But Gallardo stifled every scoring opportunity since the 1st inning. 1-1.
Well, you can see why the Brewers really like this young right-hander. Does a good job. He, again, the Dennis Martinez type of delivery, but straight over the top. There's some good movement right there on that fastball.
And the control issues that were part of his struggles in the 1st inning have disappeared. He had 6 walks in his last start, issued a couple of walks, one of them intentional in the 1st, and has worked ahead of the hitters consistently ever since. 2-2. Curve hit into the Milwaukee dugout, right over the railing. Hit by the carom. Dale Swain. Two and two. And a foul back.
I always talk about, the pitching to be successful, you need to get strike one. Gallardo now has faced 27 batters. He's been able to get strike one on 19 of the 27.
Assistant trainer for the Brewers taking a rebound off the back wall of the dugout. Another 2-2 to Punto. Just off the outside corner. That pitch has been called a strike by Tom Hallion a number of times today.
Gallardo going outer half of the plate.
Full count. Punto trying to get aboard for Span. And Punto flips another one foul. Three and two to Nick Punto. And back our way, just over our heads. There are a lot of things over our heads.
Oh, nice grab by a fan just below us.
Yeah. There isn't much that is beneath us. Punto battling Gallardo. and takes ball 4. So Punto aboard, 1 out. Span coming to the plate, and the answer to our AT&T trivia contest.
Well, I don't know who it is. Who did you say it was? Bernard Span?
I just thought I'll go with Span.
I'm going to go with a pitcher. I'm not sure who the pitcher was, though.
We'll give you all the pitchers in the event you're right. It's kind of a trick question.
Let's see who it was.
You know, we could have been here till the next ballpark opens and not gotten Matt McCree. You know, in the Open, we were talking about last year, Twins called up some pitchers and they contributed substantially to the team and, you know, eventually winning the division championship. Dunsing with 5 wins, Manship with a win, and, you know, a lot of nice innings pitched in key spots for the Twins. This year it's been position players called up to have immediate impact. You really can't expect to win a championship unless your second roster, the guys who aren't on the 25-man roster on opening day but are on the 40-man roster, unless those guys contribute over the course of the season.
Oh, for sure.
Sharply hit, and a 6-4, 3 double play. So Gallardo completes at least 6. Twins in a ball game here with the Brewers. Milwaukee coming back. It's 4-2. You're watching the Twins and Brewers on Fox Sports North. Fox Sports North is brought to you by Grand Casino. The best stories start here. By Lincoln Mercury. Visit your local Lincoln Mercury dealer or go to experiencelm.com. And by AT&T. Find out what's possible with the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T. Rethink possible. Turned into a beautiful afternoon for baseball. The Twins jumped out to a quick 4-0 lead. Now the Brewers starting to come back. A run in the 5th, a run in the 6th. And Alcides Escobar will lead off the 7th against Brian Dunsing. Ball 1. Escobar, Kataris, and Weeks lined up to face Dunsing or another Twins reliever here in the 7th inning, 2-0. We're talking about Dunsing and what he did last year with Matt Guerrero starting to warm up. 24 appearances, 9 starts, 5 wins, an ERA of 3.64. Oh, and by the way, he was the Game 1 starter for the Twins in the playoff series with the Yankees. All this from a guy that didn't even start the year with the club.
I think he's shown a lot of composure out on that mound. He's accepted the role that he was given here. Of course, he'd like to start. That's what he did mainly in the minor leagues, but hey, he's at the major league level.
And now Escobar drops a base hit into center. And the leadoff man is on here in the 7th. Mountain Dew game summary with the Twins jumping out early.
Well, with one out, Orlando Hudson an infield base hit, then Joe Mauer a base hit. Justin Morneau followed with an RBI single. Michael Kadire an RBI double. Twins were able to put 4 runs on the board. And off Kevin Slowey with 2 outs in the 6th inning. Corey Hart ended up hitting a home run, and that chased Kevin Slowey from the ball game.
Here's Kataris. Outside ball 1. Kataris drove in the first Brewer run with a single to center in the 5th inning, scoring Joe Inglet, who had doubled. Inside 2-0. Escobar with just 1 stolen base in 2 tries. And Dunsing, at least on the last pitch, tried to go with a slide step and missed with the pitch.
Yeah, Kataris getting more playing time now that Greg Zahn was put on a disabled list. Kataris claimed off waivers from the Boston Red Sox in his first season with the Brewers.
Two and 0. Three and 0. Every seat is filled, and officially the largest paid crowd at Target Field. 39,152. Twins have had capacity crowds for every game but 2. So sometimes there are more complimentary tickets issued than others. And now a walk puts Kataris aboard. First and second, and nobody out, and the 8 and 9 batters reach here in the 7th.
And Ron Gardenhire's coming out. We saw Matt Carrera loosening up, and he's already motioned for Matt Carrera to come into the ball game.
A pitching. On demand. Get your subscription today at twinsbaseball.com, MLB.tv, baseball everywhere. I watched it last night and had a great treat. Able to watch the Dodger-Tiger game and listening to the incomparable Vin Scully.
He's the best, isn't he?
Do the game. The Dodgers ended up beating Detroit. And now Matt Guerrero comes into a tough spot here in the 7th inning.
Well, Matt making his 20th relief appearance. No record on the year, but a very good 2 ERA, 13 hits allowed in 18 innings so far this year. 5 walks, 1 intentional with 11 strikeouts.
Ricky Weeks with a ground ball, a pop-up, and a strikeout. Guerrero with a good sinking fastball. Weeks a tough guy to double up, but Twins in need of outs with 2 men aboard and nobody out. Breaking ball over for strike 1. Weeks has only hit into one double play in 176 at bats.
Oh, he's due then.
Foul back, 2 strikes. Weeks strikes out about once every 3 at bats.
Yeah, he's faced Matt Guerrero twice, and Matt's been able to strike him out both times.
And that's over the Twins dugout, out of play.
Weeks in his 7th season with the Brewers. Came up at a very young age, only 27 years old. Brewers' #1 pick back in 2003.
Just off the plate, 1-2.
Well, it looked like a curveball right here, working the outer half of the plate. Not missing by much.
One and two to Weeks. Popped up behind second base. Hudson out there. Infield fly rule was never called, nor should it have been. Hudson had a tough time getting underneath it with the wind blowing and the sun, and the umpires, I think, in that instance, made the right call in not calling the automatic out.
Yeah, tough play right there, but Hudson able to handle it, and Matt Guerrero gets a big first out.
And now Carlos Gomez. Gomez a single his last time up. He's hit 2 balls hard here tonight after hitting the big 3-run home run late in the game last night. A pitch up and fouled it straight back. Bouncer to third. Punto steps on the bag.
Wow.
Double play. What a play by Punto to get out of the inning.
What a great play by Nick Punto.
On Fox Sports North is brought to you by McDonald's. I'm loving it. By Toyota. Thank you for standing by us. For more information, visit buyatoyota.com. And by Quest High-Speed Internet. Get blazing fast speeds that won't burn up your wallet. Still vote as to who you think will be the Arby's value player of the game today. Text the word value followed by a space in the player's name to short code 234-234. I hope Nick Punto got some votes after that last play.
I'll tell you what, if I'm going to get on my phone, Mike, get on your phone right there. Vote for Nick Punto. Unbelievable play right there, and a great double play. Turn by Nick Punto, and a nice stretch by Justin over at first. I mean, it's not only the play. Watch this little hop right here. He's got to play that little short hop and then step on the bag and then flip it over all in one motion. And Justin going to the outfield side, keeping his foot on the bag.
The fans are applauding a sunburned fan in the upper deck here at Target Field. And we haven't had one of those here in a long time. Well, Punto turning in a great play, helping the Twins get out of the seventh. Well, look at the Punto.
Yeah.
27%.
Very good.
30%. Your phone's working pretty well over there. Well, Orlando Hudson, 34%. It's a landslide victory for Nick Punto.
And it should be.
Here's Orlando Hudson leading off the seventh. See if the Twins can add some insurance. Now wait just a second. 45% and growing. A new Milwaukee pitcher in the game.
Yeah, Marco Estrada coming into the ball game. And Punto climbing. Keep going, Nick.
We need to see if this works. Let's say Hudson gets a double here. Then we need to start boosting Hudson's candidacy. 62% for Punto. 1-1 to Hudson. Well, there's a hit. Don't know if it's going to be a double, but it's a leadoff single in front of Mauer, Morneau and company. Let's see if the Twins can add a run here in the seventh inning.
Yeah, Hudson, who got 3 hits in last night's win over the Brewers, ends up getting his second hit here. Starting off the bottom of the seventh.
Mauer has a pair of hits. A pair of singles after going hitless last night. 2 walks and 2 runs scored last night. There's Estrada in his brief stint with the Brewers this year.
Yeah, last couple of years with the Washington Nationals. Claimed off waivers from the Nationals over the winter.
And Hudson goes on the first pitch and could have gone in standing up if he wanted to.
Boy, got a great jump right there from Estrada on that first pitch. Hudson steals his 4th base of the year. Look at the jump he had right there. Gutierrez had no chance.
Mauer with a chance to bring him in if he can deliver his 3rd hit of the ball game. Just off the plate, 1-1. Joe still hasn't homered here at Target Field. Hit one in the exhibition series against the Cardinals. Off the second, and that one nailed Orlando Hudson. Last night, Denard Span got hit by a pickoff throw at first base in the ribs. And Hudson gets hit in the right arm, perhaps, on that pickoff throw.
Rick McWayne, the trainer, along with Ron Gardenhire, hustling out there to see how Span is. Hudson diving back into the bag and a throw right into him. Looked like he showed Rick McWayne his right wrist. Or the elbow area.
The back of the elbow in that funny bone area. Hudson's throwing arm, of course.
Let's take a look right here. Hudson diving back in with the daylight play on, and ball hitting him in back of that right arm.
Tricep area, it looked like. The Twins have Brendan Harris, Drew Butera, Jim Thome, and Alexi Casilla, who's got some arm issues of his own. Talked to Casilla this morning, and they put him through an MRI. He's got a bone spur in his right elbow, but told me it feels better, and Hudson will stay in the game.
Good job. Yeah, good job by Rick McWayne right there. He used to freeze it. Remember he had that little can.
Whatever happened
freeze?
to that stuff?
I don't know. They just gave up on it.
Probably realized it was, impacting the ozone layer or causing global warming or something like that. 1-1 to Mauer. And now inside, 2-1.
Well, Estrada, 26 years old, signed out of Long Beach State University by the Nationals back in 2005. Not a lot of major league experience coming into this year.
3-1 with Morneau on deck.
Scouting report on Estrada. Fastball in the upper 80s, lower 90s. Two types of curveballs: a quicker, slow curveball, tight curveball, and then a slow one, and then a very good changeup.
Mauer swinging a foul. 3-2. Twins haven't hit a home run since Tuesday. No, Monday of this week. So they've gone 4 games without a home run and haven't hit one yet today.
See the different shadows here at Target Field.
Now tomorrow we'll get started at a more conventional time, 1 o'clock. So the shadows won't be as much of a problem as they've been here today with a mid-afternoon start.
Hey, it's been 28 years that the Twins fans haven't seen these type of shadows at a baseball game, a Major League Baseball game.
Three and 2 to Mauer. Morneau, of course, waiting on deck. That's lifted to left and deep. Garrett chasing it. It's over his head. Mauer's third hit will score another run. And a double by Joe Mauer, making it 5-2.
Well, they kept working Joe Mauer out, and then he threw him a changeup on 3-2 that Joe Mauer fouled off, and then they went back away, and Joe just dropping the barrel of the bat, hitting it over the head of Jody Garrett, and rolling all the way to the wall. So Mauer picking up his 12th double, his third hit of the ball game, and driving in his 21st run.
Here's Morneau with a couple of hits, a run scored, and a run batted in. Strike one.
That's a big run right there, because the Twins were kind of stifled right there. 4 runs in the first inning. When the Brewers came back with one of their own in the 5th and 6th. Now they take a 3-run lead. Maybe adding more.
Hudson disappears with Rick McWayne, one of the trainers for the Twins. 1-1. The average not slowly climbing, but steadily and quickly climbing from an already lofty level here over the last week. Right off the end of the bat, a foul. 1-2.
Well, he came into the ballgame leading the American League, hitting at 370. 2 for 3 so far in the ballgame for Justin Morneau. Now the average at 376.
1-2. And now 2-2. Hudson's back in the dugout. And that's fouled over by the tarp.
Well, we talked about the pitching of the Milwaukee Brewers. Their starters come in with a very high 5.06 ERA. 12-17 as a staff, but the bullpen has even been worse. Combined 6.21 ERA. 4 wins, 9 losses.
Another 2-2 to Morneau. And now 3-2. And Hudson might be done for the day, grabbing his equipment. And Morneau works a walk, and the first 3 batters reach here in the 7th. And Kadire will come up.
A good take right there. See Orlando Hudson probably go ice that arm down.
So a single, a stolen base, an RBI double, and now a walk to Morneau and Kadire coming up. With an RBI double and a run scored back in the first. Strike on the outside corner. One and one. Twins scoring 4 times in the first. An RBI single for Morneau, an RBI double by Kadire, a bases loaded walk to Delman Young, and a sacrifice fly by Trevor Plouffe. One and two. High and deep to center. Gomez going back at the wall. Makes the catch. Mauer will tag and go to third. Morneau thinks about advancing. And Kadire again with some tough luck hitting it once again in the ballpark to the deepest part of the ballpark.
I'll tell you what, I mean, he has hit the ball as hard as any Twin. And this ball right here keeps going. Gomez, good tracking that ball right there and makes it a catch against the wall.
So a fly deep enough to send Mauer from second to third. And now Ken Maka will come out and make another pitching change. Twins have added a run here in the bottom of the 7th, looking for more against Mitch Stetter. Earl Batty, one of the 50 greatest Twins. He used to be a regular visitor on our fantasy camp. Yep. Just a wonderful, wonderful man, and one of my great pleasures was getting a chance to meet him.
Yeah, very nice man. Had a great catching career as a Minnesota Twin. 4-time All-Star, 3-time Gold Glove winner, and of course a member of the '65 World Series team that lost to those Dodgers.
Now Mitch Stetter facing Jason Kubel. First pitch up and in a ball.
Stetter worked in last night's ball game. He ended up walking Jason Kubel. And Kubel got an RBI that in the 2-run inning that Stetter came in the 7th inning.
And Alexi Casilla might be the guy asked to take over at second base. 1-1 to Kubel.
Yeah, that was the 8th inning last night. Stetter came in.
Breaking ball in front of the plate, 2-1.
Stetter, the only left-hander for the Brewers in their bullpen. Big breaking ball right there. We talked about it last night where he works off that pitching rubber, the heel on the end of the pitching rubber toward the first base bag.
3-1. And Kubel fouls it away. Kubel, unlike Span, Mauer, and Morneau, who all hit left-handers better than right-handers, Kubel doesn't, but he hangs in there and really battles them. Kubel's hitting just .179 against lefties, but he's walked 9 times, so his on-base percentage against lefties is just under .400. So he's hardly an automatic out. I just find that incredible that here the Twins have, a left-handed lineup, and the lefties, almost to a man, do better against left-handed pitching than righties. And Kubel draws his 10th walk against a left-handed pitcher.
Not what Ken Mocco thought that Stetter would do coming into the ballgame, at least challenging him right there, missing on a 3-2 breaking ball, and here comes Ken Mocco again.
Well, another pitching change for the Brewers. And Coffey's going to run in from the dugout as he did last night.
They say in Milwaukee they put a stop watch on him.
Right.
You ready? Get set. Go.
Of 5-2. They got the bases loaded. 1 out here in the 7th. And the Twins go 1 man deeper into the Milwaukee bullpen.
Yeah, Todd Coffey worked in last night's ballgame. He retired the last 5 Twins to retire the game. He had a couple strikeouts. 5 up, 5 down in the 8th and 9th inning. And that's what I was talking about right there. Only the Diamondbacks have a worse bullpen in the National League. Not the offense. Help with the pitching.
Yeah. Things really haven't been the same for the Brewers since the Texas Rangers kind of raided them of their pitching coach. Mike Maddox, very well respected pitching coach for Milwaukee, and the Rangers made him an offer he couldn't refuse. And the Brewers last year didn't pitch very well, and they're not pitching very well so far this year. You can't blame the pitching coach. Here's Young.
Delman Young faced Coffey, his first batter he faced last night. Delman got an RBI off the bat with a sacrifice fly in that 8th inning. Coffey with a good fastball, hard slider.
Right off the end of the bat. And a foul, 1 strike.
Well, the Twins drew 8 walks last night. So far here, 4 walks tonight or today. Don't mind giving up the hits, but the base on balls. I think every staff we see that has really struggled.
Rocket to third. Picked off by McGee. And they get 1, but not 2. A fine defensive play by McGee as they get an out on what might have been a bases clearing double.
Yeah, Delman Young hustling down that line. He picks himself up an RBI. McGee has to go down and from his knees trying to get that ball over to Weeks at second base. Still able to get something on it, but Delman Young just beats it out. So the Twins take a 6-2 lead, and Delman Young picks up his 19th RBI. Excuse me, his 20th, his second of the ball game.
Trevor Plouffe will hit 0 for 2 with a sacrifice fly in the ball game. Breaking ball on the outside corner. We've seen Plouffe pull the ball almost exclusively. He had 1 fly ball last night to the opposite field. And a sacrifice fly to center, left center in the first inning. Nice stop by Kataris, 1-1.
Well, first time around for Trevor Plouffe. Now, he did face Coffey last night in the 8th inning, and Coffey threw him a lot of sliders. They ended up striking out. Gadd is here. He'd like to see a base hit right here.
And getting pitches like that, I think what the Twins would like to see ideally would be him hitting the ball with authority to the opposite field. And a fastball on the outside corner, 2-2.
See if Coffey goes back to that slider. Same pitch.
And Plouffe strikes out, stranding a couple of runners, but 2 do score, and the Twins have regained their 4-run lead. Low throw and a dig at first by Morneau.
Wow.
Last night's border battle went to the Twins. The Twins have led throughout here today, trying to win a series in the second game of a series. McNair got big double play to get out of the seventh. Now he'll face Braun, Fielder, and McGee in the eighth.
Yeah, he came in with 2 runners on and no outs. Got Weeks to pop up and then Gomez to hit into the great double play turned by Nick Punto.
Braun has struck out twice and line to left. Popped up. And Morneau in foul ground. Puts it away. 1 down. Well, you look at last night, obviously the Brewers had to go to the bullpen way too early. And Twins kept adding on runs, but even in today's game, the Twins go to their bullpen and are able to hang up some zeros, and the Brewers go to theirs, and the Twins score a couple of runs right away.
It's got to be frustrating for these 2 guys. I mean, Braun and Fielder, because they're maybe one of the best in the National League of 1-2 combination, right and left,
right,
if not all in baseball, and they probably have found themselves a lot right where they're at, down by 3 or 4 runs late in the ball game because of not only the starters struggling but also the bullpen. And that just puts more pressure on these guys to try to, create that 4 or 5 run inning to just get back into the game.
Three 3-0 now to Fielder. He'll be followed by McGee. And he missed. He walked him on 4. And McGee will come to the plate. Twins-Brewers series concludes tomorrow at Target Field. And it's Joe Mauer Bat Day, presented by your Heartland Chevy dealers. The game's a sellout, but if you have tickets, get here early because only the first 5,000 fans 14 and under will get the Mauer bat. If you'd like more information, go ahead and go to twinsbaseball.com.
I can't believe Joe signed all those bats.
Isn't that amazing? Too. I was telling somebody about this the other day, and I know you remember it too. It was, I think, 10 years ago, when the Twins were having a tough time selling tickets at the Metrodome, and they had a deal where you could get a ticket to all 81 games in the upper deck in right field. 81 games for $99, and the Twins would throw in a Kirby Puckett autographed bat, which all by itself was probably worth about $300. And now you look around this ballpark, and every seat is filled and has been filled essentially for the entire season. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2.
Good change up right there by Matt.
And you realize how far this franchise has come. That's just about 10 years ago. The Twins were literally giving away tickets. One and 2 to Casey McGee. 2-2. And fans standing room only, just watching a real good baseball team in a beautiful new ballpark. Mauer with another nice block. Full count with one away here in the Milwaukee 8th. And he locked him up with a breaking ball.
He went to the slider right there. McGee can't believe it, or he just said, boy, I should have maybe just kind of gave up on it. The slider right there, pretty much That had the height right here.
At the letters. So 2 down in the 8th, and here's Corey Hart. And there's strike 1. That Guerrero's had such an effective outing here with 5 outs recorded from 5 batters with a runner at first. Swing and a miss. Can be, I would think, partially attributed to the Twins' decision to go to 13 pitchers when they were in Boston. You know, the Twins had kind of a, not a blowout game, but one where they needed somebody to pitch some in the finale at Fenway Park, and the Twins were able to save Guerrero. Manship finished up and kept Guerrero a little fresher for a more critical outing like the one today.
Well, he's so valuable as that setup man to John Roush. That breaking ball just working outside.
1-2. Two and two.
I remember a couple of years ago, I mean, Matt was used a lot in the first half, and in the second half, he really started to decline a little bit. And one thing pitching coach Rick Anderson did so well last year is they kind of babied him through. He wasn't the guy that was going to go 2 or 3 innings at a time. Last year, 79 appearances, 2.36 ERA.
Fly ball to right. Kadire chasing toward the line, and it's back into the seats. He got there. If that ball had been catchable, I think Michael would have gotten it. Well, it's from memory now. It seemed like what really bothered Guerrero when he was used an awful lot in the first half, he seemed to lose his breaking ball, which is one of his, better pitches.
Well, he has starter type stuff because he has 4 pitches that he can throw over, and I think Matt believes he can throw those pitches over at any time, like the slider that he threw to McGee to strike him out.
2-2 to Corey Hart, and he got him looking. So Guerrero continues an impressive outing here today. A couple of strikeouts, finishes the 8th inning.
Best shot of getting on TV. It's Quest Twins Live featuring the Toyota post-game wrap coming up immediately following the ball game. We'll discuss first inning runs for the Twins, 7 last night, 4 today. They lead Major League Baseball with 41 first inning runs here in 2010. Tipping pitches is our demo. We'll have the guys from Fox Sports Wisconsin joining Dick and Bert and myself and Ron Coomer. It's going to be a lot of fun. Plus, Justin Morneau strikes again. He's got a couple hits today and has had another fabulous, typical Justin Morneau day. All that and a lot more coming up on Quest Twins Live. It's going to be awesome, right, Dick?
Awesome with a capital A, baby. Beautiful, beautiful day in Minneapolis. And the Twins with a 4-run lead as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Punto, Span, and Hudson. Actually, it'll be Punto, Span, and Casilla who will be hitting here in the 9th inning against John Axford, who throws awfully hard.
Yeah, just getting called up about a week ago, making his 4th appearance. He made 7 appearances last year for the Brewers. The Raleigh Fingers type stash.
And that got home plate umpire Tom Halliard. Halliard took that one. It was right on the mask. Dave Prumer, trainer for the Twins. Bernie Brewer has a handlebar mustache.
Raleigh Fingers once the great closer for the Brewers. And
you remember him as a starter, Fingers?
No.
Because he was a starter early in his career, I think, with the Oakland A's. And Hallion trying to get a complete game here.
No, I remember Fingers with Oakland where they had Dickie Knowles and Raleigh Fingers and Rachel Pena from underneath and Paul Lindblad. Boy, they had a great bullpen in Oakland.
Is it Darryl Knowles? Yeah. 1-2 to Punto. Were you ever tempted to let your mustache grow into a handlebar?
No, mine couldn't do that.
Well, if you let it grow, it could.
No, you can't, because I keep cutting. Oh, good curveball right there.
Punto called out on strikes. 1 away in the 8th. Time for the Coors Light cold hard blast.
Well, Corey Hart against Kevin Slowey, the last batter Slowey faced in the 6th inning. It's a solo home run, his 8th of the year in the 2nd deck here at Target Field.
Span got 3 hits last night, 0 for 4 today. Strike 1. I think it started at Dodger Stadium in about 10 minutes or so. Tigers and the Dodgers. Armando Galarraga going for the Tigers. 1-1. And now 2-1. We've seen everybody out of the Milwaukee pen except for the former closer, Trevor Hoffman, and the current closer, Carlos Villanueva. And to the second baseman, Weeks. Span retired. Getting a little bit of a hiatus working with Rick Peterson on his mechanics.
Yeah, you see 4 saves away from 600, the all-time save leader. Trevor Hoffman. I remember he did a lot of that in San Diego, too, and they didn't have the best of clubs.
And Hoffman not closing. John Roush might be asked in a non-save situation to pitch the 9th inning. Casilla waves at the first pitch, 1 strike. Casilla entered the game when Hudson left after being hit on the right arm, the back of the right arm on a pickoff throw to second base. Hudson with 2 more hits today, after getting 3 hits and a couple of walks in 5 consecutive plate appearances last night. Started his swing, stopped it in time, and it's 2-1. From our center field camera, you see some debris out there. That's remnants from cottonwood trees or something like that outside the ballpark. They are not moths. If they were, Kirby the Kestrel would be around to get them. We haven't seen the bird, the falcon, since he got all the publicity.
Yeah, he didn't like the publicity.
He's become camera shy. He used to sit out there every night he was there on the right field foul pole, and generally at night games we'd see him. We won't see him tomorrow, but maybe Tuesday night against the Yankees. Full count to Casilla. Maybe he only has one of the 20 game plans instead of the full season ticket.
He may. Good call.
3-2 to Casilla, and ball 4. He'll take first base with 2 outs in the 8th. And the fans are applauding. They like Twins base runners. They also like the chance to see Joe Mauer hit one more time. Hitless last night, 3 hits today, a couple of runs scored, a run batted in. Twins actually have just 8 hits in the ballgame. They've bunched them together very well. 4 consecutive hits, backed up by a couple of walks and 4 runs in the first. See if they can put something together with 2 outs in the 8th. One strike.
Well, Mauer came into the ball game 4th in the American League, hitting .336. He's currently at .349 with the 3 hits.
One and one. Fouled it off his leg. 1 and 2.
Pitch middle in, and Joe Mauer, they hit it off his back leg.
One and 2 to Mauer with 2 gone in the Twins' 8th. High breaking ball, and he checked his swing to even the count. Runner at first is Casilla. 3 and 2, and with 2 outs, Casilla will take off early. We'll see if Fielder holds him on or not. Morneau hoping for another run-producing chance. Check to swing, I think. Strike 3. And Mauer can't believe it. Rung up by Ed Rapuano. And Rapuano may have gotten it right. reset with the Twins in front by 4.
Well, they scored 4 runs, took an early 4-0 lead, but the Brewers came back with a couple, one in the 5th, one in the 6th, but the Twins added those 2 right back in the 2-run 7th. Joe Mauer, 3 hits in the ball game. Kevin Slowey, 5 2/3 innings, a pitcher of record, looking for win number 6 on the year.
And Ron Mayhay will come out of the Twins pen to pitch first to Jody Garrett. So Mayhay will start the inning, hopefully finish it. Jesse Crain warming up down in the Twins pen. You saw John Roush warming up earlier. And Mayhay misses ball 1.
Yeah, Garrett's second at bat. He bunted against Brian Dunsing, and Dunsing made a great play to get him to end the 6th inning.
Two 2-0. Down the middle of strike.
Garrett just joining the club today. His wife presented him with a little baby girl, their second child, first baby, a son.
And a sharp single to center. So the leadoff man is on here in the 9th inning. Jimmy John's delivery of the game defensively provided by Nick Punto.
Yeah, this coming in the 7th inning right there. Nick Punto getting that ball right there with runners at first and second, tagging third for the force out, and then flipping it over across the diamond. Justin making a nice stretch to turn that double play in the 7th inning.
Alcides Escobar, the number 8 hitter, singled his last time up. Mayhay knocked around a little bit in his last outing against the Blue Jays. Turned into a blowout game. Mayhay came in the middle of the ball game. Here he's trying to finish off the Brewers at the end of the ball game. Hits are even at 8 apiece. John Roush has joined Jesse Crain. Strike on the outside corner, 1-1. And that is over the pitching rubber, over the second base bag, and suddenly it becomes a save situation with the tying run in the on-deck circle. And the 7 and 8 hitters go right up the box to get base hits.
Yeah, Escobar just kind of reaching out and hitting this ball. Got good wood on it right back up the middle. Mayhay trying to barehand it, but the ball got by him in the center field.
So a real good chance that John Roush is going to get in here. Left-hand hitting Kataris up there to face Mayhay. And unless the Twins get a double play here, there will be a save opportunity for presumably John Roush for Ricky Weeks when he comes up. One and 0 to Kataris. Way out in front. And it's 1-1.
Good off-speed pitch right there by Mayhay.
Strike 2 called on the outside corner. That's a big strike call. It's 1-2 instead of 2-1. And now outside 2-2.
report from Orlando, from the clubhouse about Orlando Hudson, bruised right elbow. And he's day to day, as we all are.
Two and two to Kataris. And now a full count. Mayhay got ahead of him and now doesn't want to lose him. Major league managers do a lot of that. Pacing. And a walk loads them up. So the 7, 8, and 9 hitters all reach against Ron Mayhay. And the tying run comes to the plate in Ricky Weeks.
And Ron Gardenhire coming out here will make a pitching change as big John Roush comes out of the bullpen.
Trying to pin down a save he didn't think he would need to pin down. Him in the 9th inning.
Well, John Roush gets an opportunity to pick up a save here. It'd be his 11th of the year, making his 16th relief appearance. For 16 innings so far, only walked 2 with 12 punchouts.
This goes against the formula where you'd ideally like to have your closer start an inning. And it's a different situation when it's Roush or anybody else has to come in the middle of an inning. And that's what this has become with the first 3 batters reaching. And Roush comes into a ticklish spot rather than starting the inning fresh. Weeks is 0 for 4.
Well, big thing Twins need right here is just an out.
And a breaking pitch misses the outside corner.
Because you have Weeks, Gomez, and then you have Braun and Fielder. So you need an out here off the bat of Ricky Weeks.
Swing and a foul. 1-1. Weeks had a pretty good rip at it. Pretty good pop in his bat. Roush's last save came in New York. Two and 1. It was his most impressive save. He gave up hits to the 8 and 9 batters and then struck out Jeter, Gardner, and Teixeira to get out of the inning. And get the Twins out of Yankee Stadium with a win. 2 and 1.
I went with a breaking ball right there, and Weeks trying to tie it. Just a little quick.
He struck out those 3 Yankee batters on 3 different pitches. A high fastball, a curve in the dirt, and a cutter to end the game. We'll see what he gives Weeks here. Boy, swinging from his heels. And a foul back.
Roush coming over from the National League the last couple of years with the Diamondbacks, so he's faced some of these Brewers before. Ricky Weeks 0 for 2 with a strikeout against John Roush.
2-2. Slow breaking ball left up high, and it's a full count.
Well, he went to the curveball and just left it up a bit.
Base is full. Count is full with nobody out in the ninth. To right field and to the corner. A long run for Kadire. Foul by just a matter of inches.
Boy, there's not much room down there between the line and the stands. And Weeks right off the end of the bat. Wow.
Everybody set, and another 3-2 to Ricky Weeks. To right center field and deep. Kadire chasing it. Playing the carom. It's going to score 2. Weeks with a double. And it's a 2-run Twins lead with the tying run at second and nobody out. Garrett and Escobar score.
Oh, Weeks had got another fastball. This time kept it fair and hit the heck out of it to right center. And both Span and Kadire chase that ball, but they cannot get it back in quick enough for Weeks. A double, his first hit of the ball game.
And now Gomez will hit. Morneau even with the bag at third. Punto about even with the bag at third. Middle infielders are playing back. And the Twins really need to get it out here. Down the line, it'll tie the game. Gomez tees off on the very first pitch, and it's 6 apiece. And the inning starts with 5 batters reaching and a 4-run blitz here in the top of the ninth.
Take a look right there. That breaking ball just left middle in, and Gomez lining it down that line. Delman Young gets it back in quickly to keep Gomez at first base. Pitching coach Rick Anderson out to talk to John Roush. So the Brewers have come back and tied this game at 6.
4 hits and a walk. The walk going to the number 9 batter. And Roush with a missed save opportunity here. In a tie game, still nobody out. Braun is 0 for 4. But so was Weeks. And Mejia started the inning by giving up a couple of hits and a walk. Missing inside a ball. An impressive comeback by the Brewers. Gomez with a healthy lead at first. great catch by Casilla. A double play. A phenomenal catch by Alexi Casilla.
Boy, did that play bring the crowd to its feet. Braun hitting the ball sharply, but Casilla diving to his left. That looked like it was going to be a base hit to right field. And then Gomez, of course, he's thinking, I've got to get over to third. He gets caught, and Casilla from his knees turns the double play.
And now Fielder with the bases empty and 2 out, and Roush misses with a breaking ball. Casilla in the game because Hudson is out of the game. 2-0.
You see the outfield playing very deep. Don't want to make a mistake here to this guy.
3-0 with McGee on deck. And Fielder, as he did in the 8th inning, walks in 4 pitches. And with 2 outs, the inning will continue. McGee to the plate.
Yeah, you didn't want, once he fell behind 2-0, you don't want to be, you want to be very careful with Fielder. He could have put the Brewers up on 1 swing.
McGee has never faced Roush. Big swing and a miss. So the Twins scored 4 in the 1st inning when 6 straight batters reached. The Brewers have scored 4 in the 9th inning when 5 straight batters reached. One and Roush. Coming off the side of the mound after delivering that pitch. Deep to left. Young can't make the play. And Karam's hard off the wall. Fielder's coming around third. He's coming home. And the Brewers have taken the lead. Young went for the catch, and the Karam went behind him.
Boy, McGee got a pitch up, and he lined it and hit this ball hard. Delman Young thought he could get this ball because it had a lot of top spin on it. And the ball hit so hard that it carried him back toward the infield. Fastball inner half of the plate. McGee now with 38 RBIs on the year. That tied for the lead in the National League. And the Brewers put 5 on the board here in the top of the 9th.
9th man to bat is Corey Hart, and Joe Mauer is going to go to the mound. Villanueva warming up in earnest now because it looks like he'll have a save to protect in the bottom of the 9th. Fielder, of course, with 2 outs, able to lead with the crack of the bat. And improbable and very impressive comeback by Milwaukee with 5 runs in the 9th inning so far. 1 strike to Hart. And everything that's been hit against John Roush has been hit right on the button. Weeks with his double, Gomez with his single, the line drive double play. And McGee screaming line drive off the fence and left. Called strike 0-2.
Well, it all started with Mayhay starting the 9th inning and a couple base hits and then the walk to the number 9 hitter. That brought in John Roush, and Roush has been hit around.
Twins will have the middle of their lineup. Hitting in the ninth, Morneau, Kadire, and Kubel. There's Dan Tupper.
Yep.
And Shelley. Fantasy Cam veterans not real happy with the developments here in the top of the ninth. Morneau off the mask of Mauer. Still 1-2.
Now the beautiful part of baseball. Sometimes it's an ugly part.
The beautiful part is the ugly part?
I said sometimes it's ugly. If you're a Twins fan. 6-2 lead. All you need is 3 outs, and the Brewers don't give up. They take a 7-6 lead.
And Hart taps one foul. The Twins bullpen has been very, very reliable at the end of games. Giving up 5 runs in the top of the ninth. Brewer fans love it. We'll see if the Twins have a comeback of their own in the bottom of the ninth. Casey McGee's double. Officially completing the comeback and putting the Brewers in front. Hara runs against John Roush. Weeks with a double. Gomez with a single. And then McGee's double, giving the Brewers a lead. And now the new closer. For how long it's going to last, we don't know. Carlos Villanueva will be asked to save it for the Brewers. Trevor Hoffman just watching baseball right now.
Yeah, Hoffman really off to a slow start. Only 5 saves and a lot of save opportunities. Villanueva has 1 save, making his 21st relief appearance.
And Hoffman out in the bullpen. The Twins will send up the middle of their lineup. Morneau, Kadire, and Kubel. Morneau 1 for 5 in his career against Villanueva. A home run the first time he saw him. Brewers put a shift on with the shortstop, Escobar, right behind second base. And Morneau takes a strike. Villanueva's been very, very good. He had a very good April. And in the absence of anybody else, Ken Maka gave him the ball to save a game against Pittsburgh earlier in the week.
Always kind of a spot starter for the Brewers in his 5th season. Now the closer.
Half swing, 1-1.
Villanueva, 26 years old, from the Dominican Republic.
fair down the line. Morneau's heading to second. A leadoff double. Morneau gets his third hit of the afternoon.
Like Ron Coomer said earlier, that Morneau is just locked in. They put the shift on. The third baseman plays about where the shortstop is. Justin gets a fastball away, doesn't try to pull it, just goes with it right down that third baseline. So Justin picks up his third hit on his second double of the ball game.
Kadire doubled in a run, his first time up. Since then, he's gone 0 for 2 with a warning track fly ball to center his last time up. Ball 1. Kadire, a year ago today, had one of the biggest days in his career, hitting for the cycle against Milwaukee. Got a pitch up and foul it over the Twins dugout.
Yeah, it looked like he tried to wait back and just hit that ball the other way. Great catch right there by that young man. Bringing his glove.
One and one to Kadire. Little tapper up the line, foul, and it's 1 and 2. Villanueva with a high percentage of strikeouts, more than one strikeout per inning, and that's exactly what he needs here. Twins fans have seen the Brewers come back in the top of the inning, hoping their team will come back in the bottom of the inning. Just a little bit low. A very close pitch, and it's 2 and 2.
So many times you see 2 strikes in Kadire, they go to a breaking ball. Here, a fastball. Just misses.
2 and 2 to Kadire. Base hit right field. Morneau to third. He'll hold up there. So Kadire drives a base hit to right, sending Morneau to third.
Good hitting right there by Kadire, getting a pitch up and just going with it. Hart, very good arm out in right field. So Justin has to make sure, and Scotty Alger holding him up. The runners at the corners with nobody out.
Kubel, whose week started with one of the most dramatic hits in recent Twins history, a grand slam against Mariano Rivera to win a ball game in New York, has another chance for another dramatic hit as the week comes to a close.
2 for 3 lifetime against Villanueva with a double.
Breaking ball misses, ball 1. Middle infielders are playing back for a double play. One and 0 to Kubel. Another curve missing. It's 2 and 0. game run 90 feet away.
They pulled a string right there. Kubel a little out front.
2-1.
Fastball situation. Took a little off. Good sink on that pitch.
Two and one to Jason Kubel. Three and one with another curve missing the outside corner. Delman Young, the on-deck hitter for Minnesota. Three and two.
So he came back with that off-speed pitch.
Doesn't seem to want to give Kubel a fastball, does he?
I don't blame him. Now what you might try to do, now you might go fastball middle in. That's about your only chance if you're going to throw the fastball. Have to throw it about his belt middle in.
Three and two to Kubel. Got him. A big strikeout for Villanueva. One away.
That looked like he went with a breaking ball and Kubel unable to hold up.
And now Delman Young.
Let's take a look at the pitch right here. Yeah, a little breaking ball underneath that swing.
And I don't think through that whole at bat he ever threw him a fastball or ever threw him a strike. Young with a couple of runs batted in already today. Deep to left field. Over ahead of the left fielder and into the seats for a ground rule double. The game is tied. Delman Young with a double to make it 7 apiece.
Well, he jumped on that first pitch and drives in his third run of the ballgame, ties it at 7 apiece. Jody Garrett quite couldn't get there. Second time that a ball is hit over the head of Jody Garrett in left field. And the ball hitting the turf and bouncing out for a ground rule double. And Mr. Jim Tovey will be coming to the plate.
Trevor Plouffe will be pitch hit for. He had gone 0 for 3 with a sacrifice fly. Trevor Hoffman was 5 for 10 in save opportunities as the Milwaukee closer. And now Villanueva 1 for 2.
They almost have to walk Jim Thome right here. Gutierrez, the catcher, already signaling. We'll go ahead and put him on. That does load the bases with 1 out.
So the bullpen woes continue for the Brewers. And Thome will take first base. Harris is going to run for him since he would take over if there's an extra inning anyway as the Twins shortstop. So Punto at the plate with the bases full. The infield will come in. The outfield will come in.
And Rick Peterson, the pitching coach, will go out and talk about the game strategy here. Punto, a tough guy to double up.
The Twins have had one walk-off win in their new ballpark. That came on a wild pitch. Punto on the day has 2 strikeouts, a walk. He reached on an error, charge to Gomez in center field. Over for strike 1. Are you surprised the Brewers don't have their middle infielders all the way in?
Yeah, they're just playing halfway.
As you said, Punto flies down the line. He, in this at-bat's a left-handed batter, and they're playing for a conventional double play. 1 strike to Punto. Popped up in foul ground. McGee over, but it's back into the seats. 2 quick strikes. Villanueva gave up the leadoff double to Morneau, who has since scored to tie the game at 7. Now Weeks coming in a little bit at second base, and the shortstop Escobar comes in a step or 2 as well. 2 strikes to Punto. Strike 3.
Tom Hellion watching, and Nick Punto went too far, too quick. So a big strikeout for Villanueva.
Got him, and got him on 3 pitches.
A hard breaking ball right there.
So now the outfield back at normal depth. The infield back at normal depth. Span at the plate looking for his first hit. 0 for 5. Squaring to bunt, and that sure brought McGee in a hurry. Ball 1. Span has never faced Villanueva.
Jody Garrett on left field, still playing a very shallow left field. Span can hit that ball the other way.
One and 0. 2-0, smothered by Kataris. This will be the 25th pitch for Villanueva. To Denard Span. 3-0.
You see the patience of Span right there, taking that pitch up. Here, Span takes a pitch right here. Make him throw a strike.
Three and 1. To Span. A high drive to right field. Going back is Hart. Making the catch at the fence. And we'll have a 10th inning here at Target Field. jerky all season long. Jack Link's. Feed your wild side.
Well, we had a wild ninth inning. 5 runs put on the board by the Brewers, but the Twins able to come back and at least tie it in the bottom of the ninth. And Bernard Span, well, I'll tell you what, I think he thought he hit this grand slam right here to end the ball game. Span getting a 3-1 pitch. And right there you see Span saying, I've got it, I've got it. But Corey Hart, that came real close to maybe hitting that limestone right there.
And the wind blowing in from right field might have contributed to keeping that ball in the ballpark.
Yep.
Well, Jody Garrett will lead off the 10th. You can see the wind coming in from right field.
Yeah, Alex Burnett now starting the 10th inning.
Garrett started the 5-run top of the ninth with a base hit up the middle. And Burnett delivers low, ball 1. Burnett was warming up in the middle innings. And then the Twins went in other directions and now come back to him here in the 10th. Strike 1, 1-1. Garrett entered the game when England left with an ankle injury. 2-1.
Twins saw Garrett when he first came up with the Indians back in 2003, then went to the National League after the 2005 season with the Cubs, the Pirates, the Padres, and now with the Brewers.
Burnett averaging just about a strikeout per inning. He just would like to have a nice orderly 1-2-3 trip through the bottom of the Milwaukee batting order. Fouled away by the veteran Garrett. Garrett, then Escobar and Kataris. Chopper right side. Casilla gobbles it up. 1 away. Well, in the midst of that awful top of the 9th inning was a sensational play by Casilla. Absent that, the Brewers might still be hitting. So Casilla made a great defensive play. And he'll be asked to lead off the 10th inning as soon as the Brewers are done in the top of the inning. Escobar will hit. Singled up the middle against Mayhay last inning as well. Burnett misses, ball 1.
Yeah, Escobar base hits in his last 2 at-bats, 2 for 4 in the ball game.
And Burnett sticks that fastball in a good spot at 94 miles per hour. Harris in the game at short. Remember, Plouffe was pinch hit for by Thome. And Harris pinch ran for Thome. Chop foul, 1-2. Give you some idea how Burnett's stock has risen. Instead of the veteran Jesse Crain, who has struggled, it is Burnett asked to pitch here in an extra inning. Little roller, tough play. Harris. And it's Escobar with an infield hit here. Ball got into the grass and wasn't sure that it was ever going to roll out of the grass.
But the only chance right here, Nick Punto's able to cut across, but he couldn't get it. Harris comes in, and Escobar just too quick down that line. He picks up his 3rd straight hit. Brewers out hitting the Twins 13-11.
So here is Kataris. Mayhay ended up walking him to fill the bases in the ninth. Ball one. Only available relievers for the Twins are Crane and Jose Majares, but Majares pitched some last night.
Escobar, good speed. We saw him hustle down that line for that infield base hit. One stolen base in 2 attempts.
One and 0 to Kataris. Brewers very good steal percentage, 27 steals and 33 tries. Braun leads them with 9 steals. And the Twins pitch out on a 1-0 pitch. Now it's 2-0.
Steve Little, the bench coach, really keeping an eye on third base coach Brad Fisher going through signs. I thought maybe they were going to be sending the runner.
Foul back 2-1. Again, Kataris becoming the regular catcher. He was the backup to Greg Zahn, but Zahn's been put on the disabled list with a bum shoulder. Two and 1 to the Milwaukee catcher. Another foul back.
Nice grab by the security guard over here to our left. Protecting everybody.
Two and 2 to Kataris. And a foul over the Milwaukee dugout. Again, Casilla will lead off the 10th, then Mauer, and then Morna. More fun hitting in the extra innings when you're the home team in a tie game. We'll see if Burnett can get them there. Three and 2 with Weeks on deck. We'll see if the Brewers send Escobar here.
Yeah, I think they have to send him right here. Brad Fisher going through signs at third base.
Full count. Runner does not go. Bouncer to first. Morno gets the lead runner. Return throw. Double play. They didn't send him. And they paid the price. hit, but took care of that base runner with a double play.
Yeah, let's get them a first major league win now. See if the Twins can win this ball game. There you go, young lady, and you are hereby circled, and bring us some luck.
Casilla will lead things off in the 10th. Casilla drew a walk his first time up. He'll face Mauer or he'll face a Villanueva, and then Mauer and Morneau are due to follow. Left hand up on the barrel of the bat and took strike one. Casilla entered the game when Hudson had to leave due to injury, taking a pickoff throw to the back of his right arm. One strike to Casilla, and now a ball. Not very often you'll see a closer pitch an inning after they've given up the lead, but Villanueva, new to the closer's role, accustomed to pitching more than one inning at a time. 2-1.
Again, over the years with the Brewers, he is kind of a spot starter, a long man in the bullpen. Occasional start here or there.
Three and one to Casilla. And then again, what options does Ken Maka have at this point? Trevor Hoffman would be, in reality, the only available guy. Vargas pitched substantially last night. Certainly Suppan did. 3-1 to Alexi Casilla.
Wow.
And a walk to Casilla in front of Mauer and Morneau.
That's what you're asking. You're asking for trouble right there.
Mauer with 3 hits on the day. Morneau has 3 hits on the day. Mauer struck out his last time up on a disputed check swing in the 8th inning. Outfield playing very deeply. Casilla with great speed at first. Up and away, ball one. Can hardly see the outfielders. They're so far back. Twins fans standing. A lot of the Brewer fans standing as well. 1-0 to Mauer. And a strike that clips the outside corner. We're already in the bottom of the 3rd at Dodger Stadium. Detroit and Los Angeles tied at 2. One and one to Mauer. Off-speed pitch taken for strike 2.
Yeah, good breaking ball right there, getting ahead in the count.
Still looking for his first Target Field home run. Twins are still looking for their first walk-off base hit in their new ballpark. One and two to Mauer.
Well, he just missed it right there. Villanueva left the ball up, and Joe, great swing, but fouled it straight back.
A long afternoon and now into the early evening of baseball. Brewers with a furious 5-run top of the ninth to cover up a 4-run deficit and take a lead, but the Twins came back with one in the bottom of the inning. And now Villanueva trying to pitch around a leadoff walk to Casilla.
They've been throwing over to first base. Casilla, I don't think it's going anywhere. They want to leave that hole open over there. Maybe Joe can shoot it through. The fielder holding him on.
To left center field and short. Nice running catch by the left fielder Garrett, and Casilla hustles back to the first base bag. Gomez was playing so deeply in center field he had no chance. Garrett, with a burst of speed, is able to grab it for the first out.
Garrett's always had very good speed. And right here comes in Gomez. You can see Garrett has to cut across and make that nice catch. Now we're getting jammed a little bit right there.
Morneau has reached 4 times today. 2 doubles, a single, and a walk. He has an on-base percentage as we speak of .489 to lead both leagues. Up and away, ball 1. His leadoff double started the Twins' 9th inning comeback.
You can see where Gomez is.
To right field toward the corner. And Hart makes the catch on the track.
Well, we just showed you that Hart was kind of shading that right field line. And he didn't have to move that far to get that line drive out. So the Brewers kind of had him played perfectly. As Justin jumped all over this, hit it sharply. But you see Hart already there. Makes a nice catch.
Even his outs are well hit. Here's Kadire. Single to right. Last inning. 2 hits on the day. And a warning track fly ball to center. That's to right field, and he has his 3rd hit. Casilla flying around second on his way to 3rd. And Kubel will have another chance.
Well, that's a good sign for Michael Kadire that swing is coming back, because the last 2 times up he's taken that pitch the other way. And with 2 outs, Casilla off, and he makes it over to 3rd. So Kadire picks up his 3rd hit of the ball game.
Last inning, Kubel came up with runners at 1st and 3rd and nobody out. Villanueva got him to strike out. And he never threw him a fastball, and he never threw him a strike. And now Kubel will have a second look at Villanueva with the winning run at 3rd. Curves and changeups.
You have to have a lot of confidence in your catcher. Villanueva has 3 wild pitches. Can it happen again?
Casilla at 3rd. Kadire not being held on. He may take off for second. There he goes. And Kubel takes strike 1. Another off-speed pitch. Kadire's run, of course, meaningless.
It'll mean something if Kubel hits a 3-run home run.
And that hit him, and it'll fill the bases for Delman Young. So the bases are loaded for Delman Young, who tied the game last inning with a double into the left field corner.
Yeah, he jumped on the first pitch from Villanueva. Ended up hitting that RBI double.
And here comes Rick Peterson. So you look at the middle of this Twins lineup. Mauer with 3 hits. Kadire with 3 hits. Morneau with 3 hits. And Young, who has a chance to drive in his 4th run of the game. Young walked in the first inning with the bases loaded. Strike on the outside corner. One strike to Delman Young. To the right field corner. Hart going back at the wall, makes a leaping game-saving catch. Corey Hart with a sensational catch to send us to the 11th inning.
My, oh my, what a great catch by Corey Hart.
All season long, Jack Link's Feed Your Wild Side. Well, Delman Young nearly ended the game, except for a great play by Corey Hart in right field.
Well, Corey Hart, of course, was playing deep right the other way because of Delman Young's power, and Delman taking it the other way. The ball kept slicing away from Hart and bangs into the wall and makes a great catch.
Top of the Milwaukee order here in the 11th inning. Ricky Weeks. A 2-run double in the 9th inning. That cut the Twins' lead in half. Got the double against John Roush. Ball 1. Burnett with a nice tidy 10th inning. Faced just 3 men. Got a couple of ground balls. Burnett misses 2-0. span in the bottom of the ninth, nearly ended it with a drive to right field. And now Weeks is hit by a pitch, and the Brewers get their leadoff man on. No activity in the Twins' pen as Burnett's going to be asked to pitch through the 11th inning.
Just trying to get a fastball over the plate and then runs in on Ricky Weeks.
Punto already well in on the grass at third base, anticipating a bunt from Gomez. Bunted foul. Although he bunted a lot, I don't think anybody in the Twins organization would say that Carlos Gomez was a good bunter. He outran a lot of bunts for base hits. But I don't think Ron Gardenhire was ever convinced that he was a good bunter. Here he's just trying to get the ball on the ground to sacrifice Weeks to second. Mauer can't quite make a play. And Punto helps him to his feet.
Well, great effort right there by Joe Mauer, again kind of jabbing at the ball. And Mauer almost coming up with a great catch.
2 strikes to Gomez. Burnett has averaged about a strikeout per inning. He'd like to get Gomez here. And Mauer digs it out, 1-2.
And Brad Fisher's going to talk to Gomez because Gomez looked like he was going to try to bunt and take that ball with him. Oh, we've seen that before with the Twins. Gomez, a lot of times 2 strikes, will just try to lay it down somewhere.
One and 2 to Gomez. Another nice block by Mauer. Twice he's had to dig pitches out of the dirt from Burnett. And it's 2-2.
Well, you can see the wind really blowing down on the field. The jerseys of the players flapping in the wind.
Flags up high tell you the wind is blowing in, and then it's swirling around. Burnett trying to finish off Gomez. 3-2. Well, Burnett hit Weeks to start the inning. Jesse Crain up in the Twins bullpen now.
Well, Weeks has 3 stolen bases in 5 attempts at first base. They didn't start Escobar last inning.
There goes Weeks. Pitch pulled foul. Gomez opened up and nearly hammered it between Punto and the line.
Gomez getting a fastball.
Another 3-2. They throw to first. A wild game here at Target Field. On the top of the 11th. 3-2 to Carlos Gomez. Weeks takes off. He stumbles and the pitch popped up. Morneau might have a play. And makes it. So the out's recorded. Weeks is still at first. Had that ball been caught by Mauer, they would have had a clean shot at him because he looked like he tripped taking off. 1 down. Here's Braun.
Well, Weeks taking off here on a 3-2 pitch. You can see him kind of stumble a little bit right there, but Justin going back and looking to see exactly where he's at and makes a nice catch for the first out.
Braun is 0 for 5, but it was his screaming line drive in the 9th inning that was speared by Casilla, who then doubled off the runner Gomez in the middle of the 5-run 9th. Foul back as Burnett got the ball in on the hands of Braun. Gomez failed twice in bunting the runner over and then ended up fouling out. One strike. 2 strikes. As Villanueva successfully pitched around his leadoff walk in the 10th. Now Burnett trying to pitch around to hit batter to lead off the inning. Two strikes to Ryan Braun. 1-2.
Tried to go inside. That's where Kevin Slowey was able to strike him out in the 5th inning on a called 3rd strike.
There's tomorrow's scheduled starter Manny Parra, who's warming up for the Brewers. One and two to Braun. Morneau digs it out. Out at second. Out at first. Morneau with a great turn of a double play. Ryan Braun. He's hit 2 rockets to the right side in his last 2 at bats for 4 outs.
And the 9th inning, Casilla made a great play and doubled up Gomez at first base. And here in the 11th inning, I mean, he hit the ball sharply, but that one hop to Justin and Harris, I mean, he held his ground right there to turn the double play.
So now Harris will lead things off against the guy who is supposed to be starting tomorrow's game for the Brewers, Manny Parra.
Yeah, Parra 0-2 on the year. Was a scheduled starter against Carl Pavano tomorrow afternoon. He's pitched 24 in the third innings, 23 strikeouts, 8 walks. Parra in his 4th season with the Brewers.
And Parra coming out in relief of Villanueva, who got through a couple innings, giving up just the 1 run, but the Twins left the bases full twice in his 2 innings. And it'll be Harris leading things off here in the 11th. Then Punto, then Span. Brewers have had some great defensive plays too. Corey Hart to keep the game alive in the bottom of the 10th. Harris' first plate appearance. And he takes strike 1. It has been a very rough start to the season offensively for Harris, who was given the shortstop job in essence for a while in the absence of Hardy, but he didn't hit much. Up the middle to the glove of Parra. 1 away. And that'll bring up Punto. Punto went down swinging with the game on the line in the 9th inning. 1 out at the time, bases loaded. It wouldn't have taken much, but Villanueva managed to strike him out on a check swing. 3rd strikeout of the day for Punto. He's also walked. Just off the outside corner, ball 1.
Yeah, Parra, a left-hander, comes straight over the top at 6'3", about 215. Punto hitting right-handed, or he's hitting 240.
One and one. Corner infielders are playing even with their bases, and the third baseman, McGee, is about 3 feet off the bag. And a chopper. Gutierrez has the play and throws him out, 2 down. So a good start to the inning for Parra. And Denard Span, who nearly ended the game with a grand slam in the 9th, comes up with the bases empty and 2 gone in the 11th. Span 0 for 6. And he hit a drive into the breeze to the base of the wall in right field with the bases loaded. Hart made the catch, and we went off into extra innings.
And we showed you that Span thought that he got enough to get out of here. Had that right arm up.
Ball 1.
Span, watch his reaction right there. Put his hand up. No.
Close pitch taken for ball 2. And a strike. Man, such a good night at the plate last night with 3 hits, 3 runs scored, drawing a long over so far in today's game. Dodgers have taken a 5-2 lead on Detroit in the top of the 5th at Dodger Stadium. Two and 2.
Yeah, Parra's made 1 start for the Brewers. Again, the scheduled starter for tomorrow. 15 relief appearances. Fastball, outer half on the plate.
2-2 to Span. A little roller right side. Weeks gets Span, and Hara has a 1-2-3 11th inning, getting the 3 outs on 3 weak little ground balls. Game summary.
Yeah, Justin Morneau in the first inning, RBI single. Michael Kadire, an RBI double. Looked good for the Twins. 4-0 lead, but in the 9th inning, here come the Brewers. Ricky Weeks with a doubles. That scored a couple runs. Gomez, the next hitter, a base hit. That scored a couple runs. 5 runs. McGee right there. And that put the Brewers ahead as Prince Fielder scored all the way from first base. And with the Twins down in the bottom of the 9th inning, here come the Twins. They end up tying the game at 7 apiece. Delman Young right there over the head of Jody Davis. And then Span thought he got it all, but Corey Hart catches it right next to the wall.
Jesse Crane comes out of the pen to pitch to Prince Fielder as we begin the 12th inning. Fielder's walked 3 times today, including his last 2 times on a total of 8 pitches, and Crane misses up high, ball 1. Well, you look back at those replays with Crane's numbers on the year, and Delman Young's double that tied the game, just clearing the fence and left. I think that's the first ground rule double we've had in this ballpark. And had it stayed in the ballpark, Kadire almost certainly would have scored. He did not. 1-1 to Fielder.
Well, what's hurt Jesse Crane this year, it's the home runs he's allowed. 3 home runs, one 3-run home run and 2 2-run home runs. And
swing.
Yeah, he went, oh no. Well, I thought he went right there.
And Mauer looking over at Ed Rapuano saying, hey, you rung me up a couple innings ago.
Take a look at his breaking ball right there.
He didn't go.
Oh, he held up.
2-1 to Fielder. Three and 1 with Crane missing up high. Jose Majaras pitched in last night's game. He would be the only other relief pitcher as an option for the Twins. And Fielder reaches on a leadoff walk. Twins have walked him 4 times today.
Crane just challenging him away and just missing.
So now McGee, who backed up the walk to Fielder with a first pitch double off the fence and left. Delman Young went for the catch, didn't get there. And the Brewers got a hard carom off the fence and left that allowed Fielder to score from first. That gave them a 7-6 lead at the time. There's one over for strike one. Two strikes. Boy, McGee really looks dangerous up there, doesn't he?
Really does.
He puts a good swing on the ball every time he offers that.
He had some injuries last year that put him on a disabled list, but still hit over 300 last year. 16 home runs, drove in 66 runs.
Crane's strikeout pitch generally is that breaking ball, but he showed it to McGee on the first pitch. Another one, cutter or a slider. As you've been saying, he has two breaking pitches.
Yeah, he's got the slider, then he's got the slow curveball that's almost like a changeup.
Two strikes to McGee.
There's the curveball. It just misses high.
1-2.
That's the one we talked about in Fenway Park. I believe he got Youkilis to kind of turn over and hit that ground ball. That slow curveball gets that good hitter out front. But you have to keep it down in the strike zone.
Span with the catch, one away. Playing very deeply. He was able to cut that ball off in the gap for the first out.
Yeah, Crane left that ball up, and McGee hit it sharply, but Span ran it down. And Fielder stays at first.
Here's Hart, who hit a home run in the sixth to start a Brewer comeback in the middle innings. Has made two very nice catches in the outfield to keep the game alive in the late innings. Mid-90s fastball up high. Each of the last two innings has been ended on a ground ball double play hit to Justin Morneau. Over for a strike. High fly to center. Out number two. And that'll bring up Jody Garrett. Garrett started the 5-run ninth with a single up the middle against Ron Mahe, and then Burnett got him to start the 10th with a ground ball to Casilla. Down and in, ball one.
It's been a long afternoon for the umpires on the field.
Yeah.
Tom Hallion, the crew chief, behind the plate.
There's a strike. And the catchers, too. The length of this game might keep both of them out of the starting lineup behind the plate tomorrow. A 1 o'clock game. One and two. So Crane one good pitch away from pitching around the leadoff walk here in the 12th. Slider just missed the inside corner.
That's a tough pitch for a left-hander to lay off of. Wow.
Two and two to Garrett. Got him looking. Singe the outside corner with a fastball. A good 12th for Crane. Casilla will lead off the bottom of the inning.
Oh, that leadoff hitter was Prince Fielder. You don't want to make a mistake to him. Twins have walked him 4 times today.
And Casilla will lead off the bottom of the 12th. Casilla, Mauer, and Morneau against Manny Parra. You've told stories, I think, in the past, unless I'm mistaken, about you pitching in relief one day and then coming back and starting the next. Or was it the other way around? You started.
That was that game in Boston.
That's right. That's right.
But I only went 1/3 of an inning. So maybe Dave Bush is going to start tomorrow in replace of Parra. Who knows? We'll find out.
Now, I tell you, Bush might be, if we go beyond the 12th inning, both managers, I think, are in a little bit of a dilemma. Ball 1 to Casilla. The Twins, given the fact that Jose Mijares has recently recovered from an elbow injury, aren't too anxious to ask him to pitch in back-to-back games. And Crane, the last preferred reliever out of the bullpen, and we'll see if they can get the leadoff man on to win this game.
I saw Scott Baker out there too, so he's out there just in case.
3-0 with Casilla.
How about Casilla? I mean, this is his 3rd plate appearance, and they've walked him maybe 3 times. He walked his first 2 times up. There's Scott Baker.
Well, they're treating him as gingerly as the Twins have treated Prince Fielder.
Unbelievable.
So Casilla in his speed again at first base for Mauer.
Yeah, you put him on for 3 straight times, and you got Mauer, Morneau, and Kadire.
And all 3 of those guys have 3 hits in today's game. Mauer, after Casilla walked in the 10th, hit a fly ball to left. Garrett had to make a nice running catch of the ball in short left center field. And for all the reasons you mentioned in the 10th, plus the fact Parra is a left-hander, the Twins aren't very likely to send Casilla here from first base. Bauer to left field, down for a hit. And Casilla advances to second base. Bauer's 4th hit of today's game.
Such a pure hitter. Always seems to get good wood on the ball. Breaking ball. That inside out. Beautiful swing. And Casilla stops at second.
Morneau with 3 hits, a walk, and a liner to right, caught by Hart at the fence. In his last at bat with Casilla at first. And he tried to send us home. 1 strike.
Parra starting him off with a breaking ball. Good location down and away.
One strike to Morneau. Just off the plate, 1-1.
And this is what we've seen from Justin. Sometimes, the first couple of, pitches, he'll try to jerk that ball, but when that pitcher maybe gets ahead, he'll start shooting that ball the other way. Just in a very good groove.
1-2.
Now with 2 strikes. See if Parra, a couple breaking balls that Justin swung through, just out of his reach. As a pitcher, you don't want to make a mistake inside, and Guitarist going back out to talk to his left-hander.
Is there anybody in the league right now you'd least like to face in this situation than Justin Morneau?
Let's see if he can come through right here. Let's see if they go back to that breaking ball again. And see if Justin makes an adjustment.
1-2 to Morneau. Blocked by Guitarist, 2-2.
All right, TC, let's get a win.
Checked his swing. And it's 3-2.
Good check right there by Justin. Ball down in the strike zone. Now does Parra have enough confidence in that curveball to throw it over for a strike?
See what the Twins do with the runners here.
Now you have to let them stay. For Watson.
A close pitch taken for ball 4. And they're loaded up for Kadire. The Twins left the bases full in the 9th after scoring once. Left the bases full in the 10th. And now the inning starts with the bases being loaded for Michael Kadire. Infield in and the outfield in. And a very speedy runner at third base. Ball 1.
Well, it's the walk to Casilla that set this inning up. Joe Mauer getting the base hit, which, you know he can do. Justin taking a close 3-2 pitch for ball 4. And that gives Michael Kadire a chance to maybe drive in the winning run.
Two and 0.
Or walked in the winning run.
Back in the first inning, Delman Young took a bases loaded walk. Two and 0 to Kadire. Fouled away. 2 and 1.
Well, fastball right there. Kadire getting underneath it a little bit. He's trying to get that ball airborne, hopefully deep enough in the outfield.
Hits his last 2 times up. They've both gone to right field. Bouncer to short. Casilla coming home. He is forced out. 1 away.
A nice backhanded play by Escobar, the shortstop, with the infield in. Got rid of that ball very quickly, but the bases remain loaded.
This throw didn't make it to home plate on the fly. Nope, just barely.
And a good hard slide by Casilla right there.
Infield remains in, so does the outfield, and here's Kubel with his 3rd chance to end the game. Hit by a pitch his last time up. And McGee with some instructions to the infield. Nice block by Kataris, who has caught all 12 innings of this marathon game and had enough in his legs to get over and make this block.
Oh, the breaking ball right there and just smothering the ball. He'll sleep good tonight.
Twins have a less speedy runner at 3rd in Joe Mauer in the event there's a fly ball to the outfield. Kubel lines it foul into the 2nd level. Kubel looking for his first hit of a long day at the ballpark. A high fly to right field. Hart retreats. Mauer sets up for the tag. Out number 2. Run number 8, and the Twins win it.
Well, Jason Kubel hit it deep enough to allow Joe Mauer to tag up, and the Twins end up winning and beating the Brewers again. Unbelievable ball game.
Not a walk-off hit. The Twins have won 2 games in their last at-bat here. A walk-off wild pitch in the last homestand and a fly ball off the bat of Jason Kubel. Robbie and Smikowski, it was a long day at the ballpark, but a good one.
And that's the only thing that matters. The Twins get the victory. They've won 2 straight now to kick off this 9-game homestand. We're going to break it all down on Quest Twins Live. The Ninth Inning Madness. Our instructional is tipping pitches. Justin Morneau strikes again. We'll hear from Ron Gardenhire, and we'll preview tomorrow's series finale with the Milwaukee Brewers.